Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 532nd Board Meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I would like to introduce the board members and staff at this time. Sitting on my far right is Bob Schneider of Davis. Sitting between Bob and myself is Sandra Miraz of Alpa. Sitting on my immediate left is Jenny Lester Moffett of Davis, and on my far left is John Constantino of Grass Valley. And John, I took that in reverse order because you have some folks to introduce.
Thanks, Carl. I just wanted to let everybody know that on the rare occasion that my mom and brother have happened to be in Sacramento on a day that we have a meeting, they are in the audience. Could you raise your hand? Thank them for showing up. They wanted to see me in a tie, so y'all got to see me in a tie today. Thanks, Carl.
So John does dress well. We want to put that on the record, at least when he shows up for board meetings. So, okay, very good. Thank you. My name is Carl Longley, and I hail from Fresno. I might point out that this is the first time this board meeting is being webcast to the public. And we're hoping, at least I'm hoping, that at some point down the line it's more than one way, that we'll be able to do two-way. But that takes money, and we need to convince the powers to be that we need that money so we can get more interaction throughout our very, very large region and be able to serve the people there. I'll now introduce the Executive Officer, Pamela Creedon, who will introduce her staff.
Good morning, Dr. Longley, members of the board. Across the room from me to my left is Andrew Altavo, Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office, and next to Andrew is Patrick Palupa, Senior Staff Counsel for the board. To my far left is Karen Lanfranchi-Rosardi, Executive Assistant for the board. And next to Karen is Ken Landau, Assistant Executive Officer in our Sacramento office. And to my immediate left is David Coop, Senior Staff Counsel for the board. And to my right is Alex Mayer, Staff Counsel for the board. Sorry. And in the audience we have Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in the Fresno office, and Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer in the Redding office. And next to Clint is Richard Lunkarovich, our soon-to-be retired additional Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office. And I was hoping to introduce his replacement this morning, but she's not here, so I'll wait till tomorrow. But Linda Bracamonte has graciously accepted the position. So.
Very good. Very good. And I'm hearing all kinds of big plans from Richard as he's planning to, I guess, jet off to Seattle.
He's not going to miss us, Dr. Longley.
I'm sure he won't. Thank you, Richard, for your service. And there is a, what is the date and time of the party for him?
Oh, the June 20th, here in this office.
Oh, okay, great.
He elected to have his party here in this boardroom.
Very good. Shows his dedication.
And Linda just stepped in, so Linda, if you'll just stand up. That's Richard's new replacement.
Welcome aboard, Linda. Thank you. I'd like to also point out that just walking into the room and being with us is our liaison to the State Water Resources Control Board, State Board Member Tam Dudek. Good morning, Tam. We'll move now to item 2 on the agenda. In order to conduct our regional board meetings in a fair and efficient manner. Yes? Oh, thank you, Bob. Bob's very good at keeping me on track. We'll do the pledge. In order to conduct our regional board meetings in a fair and efficient manner, we'll be proceeding in accordance with the meeting procedures that have been provided with a summary agenda and are available here at the staff table and upon request, and are posted on the board's website and are summarized on the computer screens during breaks. Any questions or comments regarding these procedures may be directed to Karen Lanfranchi-Rosardi, the administrative assistant. Board member communications. Is there any board member that has issues that you wish to bring before the board today? Yes.
I'm not sure if I had mentioned it at the May workshop in Reading, but on April 17th, I attended the Current Oil Fields tour, and along with me on the tour was Carl and Tam and Pamela and Clay and Vicki Whitney from the State Board and a whole bunch of other staff. Also on April 22nd, I attended the UC Davis landfill biodigester ribbon cutting, and Andrew and Ricker Lenkarovich were there in attendance as well. And on May 9th, I, along with Carl, attended the State Board Nitrate Expert Panel, simply as an audience member, as a
Observer.
very interested observer. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll report tomorrow. John?
I was only going to say that I don't have any communications report, but I know today is going to be an interesting day, and I want to thank staff in advance for putting it together. It was at my request that we had the drought workshop, and the idea that we're all here today, and it hasn't gotten any better. I think we asked in December or January, and they were smart enough to say, let's see how the end of the winter plays out, and then we'll have a better idea. And we know how that turned out. So I just want to say thank you and look forward to the interesting dialogue on not only response but forward progressive thoughts.
Thank you, John. Any further communications? As I stated a moment ago, I'll talk about my activities at tomorrow's meeting. Since we're getting off a little early today, I'll have time to collect my thoughts. I've been traveling last several days. But one of the things that I'm also getting copies of it to be distributed tomorrow that we can talk about briefly are two papers that have been prepared, and I can talk about where they've gone and what they've done. And I've mentioned them briefly before. One of them is duties and responsibilities of board members, and the other one addresses the issue of the boards insofar as policy development and that sort of thing. So those will be something for us to talk about tomorrow morning. Anything else? If not, we'll move on to agenda item 4. Are there any, excuse me, are there any cards for the public forum? Does anybody in the audience wish to address the board at this time on any matter not before the board on today's agenda? Mr. Jersnick, please come to the podium. And the mic is off right now. You need to.
My name's Dan Jersnick, and this is for project number WDID 5A34CR0059. And it's the name of the project currently is the Commons at Prairie City. It's going to be a 131-unit senior living community that we're developing. We applied for our Section 401 application March 4th, 2014. Since then, we've been working with the staff. The staff's been very gracious. We applied through Helix Environmental, and we're just, it's imperative for this project to move forward to really make the August agenda. We understand that may be a stretch, so we're here just letting you know it's important. This is about a $32 million project that will create quite a few construction jobs in the community. After it's completed, we'll have more than 60 full-time employees at the community. If we don't make it till the October board, it puts the project in jeopardy. It's not just a it's not just a 2-month delay. It is for us, we couldn't start the project till probably next May after the rainy season. So we're here. It's pretty imperative. We've lined up the financing, the equity investors, got the management company. Everyone's moving forward. So anything we could do to make the August agenda, we'd greatly appreciate it.
And where's the project located?
It's in Folsom. It's at
Folsom.
Prairie City and Willard. We're looking for a discharge permit, and we're filling about 0.55 acres of temporary water.
I appreciate you coming here. I get many calls on these, and we get staff worked around. We are backlogged in the Sacramento office, but we've been doing things to relieve some of the burden on staff, and I understand there's some consideration of additional resources from State Board to help us get through our 401 certifications that we're back. But I didn't know about this, so I'll check in with Adam, and
Adam, we've been working with Adam, Trevor.
we will get back to you. We'll make sure you meet your August deadline.
Excellent. I
Okay,
sure
thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Did you like the answer?
Yes, we like the answer.
Thank you very much.
August would be great to see you.
And just for the board, the 401 certification program doesn't necessarily need to go to the board, so it's probably going to be not on the board's agenda, but announced through a separate process. Those go up on our website for public comment and go through a separate process as opposed to WDRs.
Actually, this is non-jurisdictional water and will probably come to the
Gotcha,
board.
gotcha.
Which is the
so
issue.
it's not a 401 certification, just a fill permit?
Here comes somebody who actually is working on the project.
Morning, members of the board. My name is Adam Lapitz. I'm the NPDS program manager. This project itself, actually, they applied for certification, and what we found was they're non-jurisdictional waters, so we have to do waste discharge requirements for this. And we have been in contact with them, and it's due to the process, we have to go to 30-day public comment before we can go to the board, so there's a lot of timing issues with getting to the August hearing. We have a draft of the waste discharge requirements now. They've graciously provided us with their first stab at a copy, so we're looking at it, and we'll try and get it publicly noticed as soon as we can.
Appreciate that, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else desiring to address the board, anything not on our agenda? We'll go then to agenda item 5, the executive officer's report.
So, Dr. Longley, I have some staff presentations to make, so I'll do those now. But I also wanted to point out to the board a couple of things in the EO report that, in particular, and we sent it as an addendum for you at your request or at your interest and others. I added a section of significant policies, plans, and permits under development or pending development. Those were based on information that we post for the state board. So I've tried to identify all those that I think that we need to let the board know about. So it's now will always become a part of the EO report for you. So it'll always follow our pending items for our permits. So if you peruse that and you find any of interest, then we can make sure that we keep you even more engaged than you are now on certain things that you find of interest. So, and I think that'll feed well into your discussion tomorrow about policy development with the regional boards and the state board. So,
Thank you very much.
okay.
Any further? Yes.
I have staff presentations, which they're up there. This is for sustained superior accomplishment awards, and the first award goes to Scott Gilbreth in our Reading office. Scott's a water resources control engineer, and he's receiving this award for his outstanding work in the Reading office, the NPDS permitting unit. Scott conducts permitting, compliance, and enforcement activities for that regulatory program. He worked as a student assistant in the Reading office and was hired as a water resources control engineer after college graduation in 2012. Scott has quickly developed into a knowledgeable engineer with a reputation for having technical expertise and and superior analytical skills. Scott's caseload includes a number of major facilities with complex permitting and enforcement issues. He recently managed an NPDS permit renewals for 2 major facilities. The permits involved consideration of mixing zones and dilution credits and required the review of mixing zone studies, biological assessments, and a thorough analysis of current and projected water quality data. That may change with the drought. Scott provided the necessary review of these documents and developed a data assessment tool to help analyze effluent water quality data. The tool enables permit writers to quickly assess the statistical distribution of water quality data and project future data distributions. Scott has provided training to both the Water Board staff and US EPA contractors on the use of the data assessment tool, and as a result, the analysis of water quality data during the permit renewal process has become more efficient and consistent among permit riders. And it's for this and many, many more reasons Scott is being recognized today. Thank you, Scott. And the next award is going to Alex Mushagan in our Fresno office. Alex has been with the water boards for almost 2.5 years in the NPDES permitting unit. In that time, he quickly learned the intricacies of the NPDES permitting program and consistently demonstrated a willingness and ability to increase his knowledge of the program. Alex has also established himself as a valuable resource in the region. Specifically, he volunteered to take on the lead role in figuring out how to implement US EPA's new ammonia criteria in our NPDES permits. He developed a sophisticated ammonia criteria development tool for use by other permit riders in Region 5, and also prepared information and discussion tools to inform management decisions on how to proceed with the criteria implementation. His initiative on this issue exemplifies his willingness to go above and beyond his assigned tasks. Fresno management values Alex's focus on project assignments. He maintains a constant focus on solutions and strikes a balance between researching issues in detail while keeping projects moving forward. His work is thorough, well organized, and consistently meets and often exceeds expectations. And it's for this and many more reasons he's being recognized. Thank you. So we'll do pictures on that one. We have another award for Christine Job, but she's not here today, so I'll read it tomorrow for you.
Pictures.
Pamela, I have a couple questions about the EO report.
Yes.
Before we go there, just 1 second, I want to congratulate the recipients. And I guess on top of that, Pamela, I want to point out that you have quite a staff, because every meeting we have the opportunity to learn about people that are doing outstanding work throughout the region. And I want to compliment you on your staff, and I want to compliment the staff on the great job they're doing.
Yeah,
Thank you. I'm sorry, Jenny, for interrupting you. Go ahead.
In your report, you listed that the staff is working on preparing comments for the BDCP.
Yes.
And I think we had a presentation on this a few meetings ago, I want to say February or something like
Right.
that. And we had assigned a board subcommittee for
Yes.
the Delta. Has the board subcommittee been involved in this? I'm not
Yes.
sure if I remember who's on the committee.
John and
John and
Bob.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Member Costantino and Member
I'm sorry,
Schneider.
the staff did provide Bob and I with the opportunity to comment.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then there was one more thing I just wanted to compliment you on. I know we had learned about this earlier in the process, but it's in your report now, and I just wanted to thank staff on the dairy digesters, the permitting process. It sounded like it went very smoothly to have a I don't know if it's a consolidated permit, but kind of a one-stop shop permitting, and I like to see that. So thank you very much, and I want to just commend staff for all the work in doing that. I'm sure it took a lot more staff time, but hopefully down the road it will get a lot easier, and I do like seeing that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Do you have any more to offer or present?
So that completes my report for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very well. We'll go on to agenda item number 6, which is the drought impact on regional board programs. At this time, we will receive a status report on the impact of the drought on regional board programs. This is an information item only, and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions regarding the presentation. Following the presentation, interested parties will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We'll now begin with the presentation.
Dr. Longley, I'm just going to introduce this item a little bit, just very briefly. We're going to have 2 panels. The first will be on the background of what's happening with our water. On that panel will be Dr. Jay Lund, who's the director of the Center for Watershed Studies, and he's a professor of civil and environmental engineering at UC Davis. Janine Jones, who's the Interstate Resources Manager and the Deputy Drought Manager for the Department of Water Resources. Vicki Whitney, who's the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality at the State Board. And Barbara Evoy, who's the Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights at the State Board. And Sandy Schubert, the Undersecretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture. So I think they can all come up. And I mean, as the board members know, this has been one of the driest years on record, certainly in decades, and so there's been obviously a lot of interest from the board. So I believe the first panel is going to talk about just general statewide issues, and then we'll have a second panel looking at some of the more regional issues for this region.
Good morning.
And I think we'll just go with the order in the agenda. So Dr. Lund is the first. Yes, please.
Does that work? Okay. Just a little bit of an overview on the ongoing drought. We're in this sort of the 3rd year of dry years here. What I want to do is just cover quickly drought conditions, sort of precipitation, state of precipitation this year, snowpack, reservoirs. Talk a little bit about the effects of the drought on Central Valley, particularly water deliveries, agriculture, groundwater. Then show you a little bit of numbers on, will next year be dry too? We often think that this is where people are sort of going for broke sometimes, I think, with this drought this year, and I think it's sobering to remember that we have long droughts in California quite often. And then just run down a few policy issues that I'm sure have already come to your minds. And that in the lower right, I think, is the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Just a little sense of some statistics that DWR compiles and displays very nicely. This you can see. You can see. Oh, good. You can see the arrow. So you can see the dark blue line is this year so far, and then the 2 driest years of record. This is actually so far, I think, the 3rd driest year of record. By the time we end, we might get a little bit more precipitation towards the end of the year, and that might sort of, you can see what, we almost had 76, 77 was almost the driest year of record. Then it came it came in at the end, just neck and neck with 23, 24. And so we're likely to be between the third and the sixth driest year of record by the end of all this. For the Sac Valley, things are really no better, probably a little bit worse for the San Joaquin Valley in terms of accumulating precipitation. In terms of snowpack, here are 3 graphs. I apologize for the top one. I just cut and pasted it this morning. This is the snowpack in the Feathered Trinity. The sort of pinkish line here is the current one. The driest year of record is 76, 77, which is, you can see we're sort of in that ballpark all the way through. And then as you go down the state, down the valley, different parts of the snowpack areas, we're all well below normal. It's very dry, both in precipitation and snowpack, as you'd expect. In terms of reservoirs, you can see that we're about half or below in most of the northern, about half or thereabout, a little bit above half in most of the reservoirs north of the state and the very southern parts of the state that are filled with, they're pumped storage essentially. They're filled up by the California Aqueduct. They're in pretty good shape for this year. If you look at groundwater basins, there's a fair bit of groundwater storage that they've banked down there as well. So that's sort of the hydrologic condition. We just a few weeks ago finished a report with for the CDFA looking at agricultural effects for the Central Valley. This is work that Richard Howitt led and several of us were involved with. So this is just looking at the Central Valley. We expected reductions, to see reductions in surface water deliveries of about 6.5 million acre feet. That's about a 1/3 reduction in water deliveries compared to overall consumptive water use in the Central Valley. However, we expect about 5 million acre foot of additional groundwater pumping. So that's equivalent to 2 full deliveries state water projects. That's a lot of water. We expect a net decrease in consumptive use in agriculture of 1.5 million acre feet. So basically a 7.5% effective reduction in water used in agriculture in the Central Valley. On the order of 400,000 acres of fallowing, which is about 6%. Crop revenue losses of about $750 million, so that's about 3% of total. If you look at the additional cost of groundwater pumping, which is about almost $500 million, that gives you a $1.2 billion impact to the farmers in higher costs and lower production, lower revenues, about 5% of that net. If you do the multipliers on that, the economic loss to the Central Valley is a little bit less than $2 billion. We have about 6,500 direct job losses and about 14,500 job losses overall. This is our estimate based on modeling results. We're going to go back and do some more studies, and hopefully early in July we'll have a report out that has a little bit more ground truthing with remote sensing to see where areas are actually fallowed. We're working with the Department of Water Resources on this, as well as our own work, and we'll try to test out, make sure that these numbers are a little bit better. But this is sort of forecasting at this point. Will next year be dry? Sort of, I think, the question that should be on everybody's mind right now, among other things. So here's for the central, this is some based on historical statistics with the runoff indices. We have really 5 categories that we put each water year into: critically dry, dry, below normal, above normal, and wet. 13% of all historical years were critically dry, 21% dry, 18% below normal, and then sort of critically dry, dry, you can sort of figure that out. Because this year is critical, you can go back in and say, well, how many years of the past 100 and so years were critically dry following a critically dry year? So we're trying to estimate the conditional probabilities. John, you took this math, I know, at one point. So given that this year is critically dry, we have a 29% chance that next year is going to be critically dry. That should be sobering, I think, to a lot of people. We have a 35% chance that next year will be dry, 7% chance that it's going to be below normal. So we have essentially a 64% chance the next year is going to be pretty dry, and a 71% chance that it's going to be drier than we'd like. Okay. I think that's in the Sac Valley. In the San Joaquin Valley, the numbers are fairly similar.
Professor?
Yes.
Quick question. So somebody was talking to me the other day, and they said a dry year begets a dry year. There's something about having a drought that it keeps it going. So it's
Right.
not like flipping a coin where every year you get a new probability.
That's exactly right.
So that's the worse we get, the worse it
Yeah.
gets?
Yeah. I mean, before this drought, we've had about, well, I think Janine will probably have some statistics for you. We tend to have long droughts here. If you go back into paleo times, we had a couple of 150, 200-year droughts. So hopefully we won't see one of those. Statistically unlikely we'll see one of those, but it could happen. People have been talking about El Nino, so I'll say these kind of numbers, and people say, "Oh, but it's supposed to be an El Nino." So let me tell you, what does this tell us? So there's El Nino index plotted against how wet it's going to be from the historic record. If you can interpret that shotgun blast, good luck. So I tried to do that. This is for the the blue dots are for the Sacramento River, and the red ones are for the San Joaquin. You can see I'm not getting more than about 8%, 7% explanation out of this. So if people say El Nino, big El Nino, say sure, we have very dry years with big El Ninos too. It's not explaining a lot. You can see the correlations up here, about 10% for the Sacramento Valley, which is where we get most of our water from, and about 18% for the San Joaquin. Some immediate policy issues. I think we have some immediate issues this year in terms of environmental flows, wetland habitats. We put out a blog on this just yesterday, a couple of days ago. Water rights security. I think certainly the state board is undergoing a lot of scrutiny and activity these days on surface water, but I think we're going to be seeing groundwater issues creeping into this as if you go out back and pump groundwater, where does that water come from? It comes from surface water eventually. I often tell people that for most of the Central Valley, there's no such thing as groundwater. It's all stolen surface water. It eventually has to come out of groundwater, unless you're mining it, which is another issue. Another issue to sort of make the system work well during droughts is making water markets work more effectively, and certainly the state board has been involved in that recently. Some interesting issues, I think, of water quality dilution and drought, public health and safety. I was sitting in on a hearing the other day where this issue came up, and I think essentially if you can make water markets work, then the urban areas that have public health and safety issues, they should be able to purchase water from people, senior water right holders, at a relatively reasonable price, and in rare cases maybe they have to commandeer it. And the picture at the bottom, that's the state board this year. In the long term, I think we have some drought policy issues that will plague us and that we have to really prepare for, and I think this drought gives us an opportunity to set some far-sighted precedents. And I'd recommend to everybody think in that way, because this is California. We're going to have droughts in the future just like we're having one now. We have some inevitable droughts and future scarcity, so I think we essentially have to look at reconciling permanent scarcity in some parts of the state, essentially permanent scarcity. We have a lot of difficulties, I think, in reconciling the different state regulatory authorities, and this is a great opportunity to modernize state regulation and infrastructure, looking far into the future now that we have everybody's attention. And I'd be a terrible professor if I didn't leave you with some further readings. I highly recommend Donald Pisani's From Family Farm to Agribusiness, 1983, on the history of how our current water rights system and water systems came into being. Thank you.
So,
Do you want to save questions
no,
for later? Or?
yeah, I'll save questions for later, but I just, can we get all today's slides sent to us?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
That's good. I don't have to copy down the references. Will we tested on those? Is that correct?
Yes, John's seen my exams before. He passed, I think.
Thank you. The next on the,
Is Janine Jones from
Right.
DWR.
Where'd you put it? No. I think you, oh, yeah. Mr. Chairman, members, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. Since Jay stole some of my thunder on the water supply side, I will shorten up that part of the presentation and move on to some of the others. But first, just a quick reminder of this is the third dry year in a row. It's the most driest of the 3 years, but this is 3-year precipitation as percent of average over the West. And Northern California didn't do quite as badly as, in particular, the San Joaquin Valley and Southern California, which have been very dry this past 3 years. Actually, our prior 2 water years weren't too bad in Northern California compared to the rest of the state, but then we really got nailed this year. Pretty much statewide. You may remember, for example, that we set our records in many cities in Northern California for more than 50 days without rain in December and January, which are normally part of our wettest part of the water season. On average, half of our statewide precipitation is December, January, February. Missing those key months leaves us a real hole to fill. So you saw this graphic already from Jay of the 8 Station Index. Just to point out, in precip in our Sacramento River Basin watersheds, we're at about 60% of average. And likewise on the San Joaquin side, a little bit drier, a little over 40%. And so how does this translate to runoff? So this is one Jay didn't show you, so I'll spend a little bit more time on this one. So this is runoff now rather than precip. We all know that 1977 was our driest year of record, and so this is looking at our top dozen driest years in rank order. Some of the ones that really jump out at us are the years from the 1920s and 30s when we had extremely dry conditions, and then again during our 87 to 92 drought. Interesting thing about this slide is that we really haven't had a really dry state runoff year in this millennium, with the exception of 2001. So in terms of runoff, we haven't been too bad in the last decade plus. And just to give you a perspective of how does this compare to droughts in the historical record from 1900 onwards, you know, droughts happen in California periodically, not terribly often. These are the ones that we rank as some of the biggest ones, and the ones highlighted in yellow are the ones that showed up in our had years in our top dozen driest runoff category. And these are consecutive dry years only. If we were to include some wet years in there and just look at a general mix of when was it sort of more or less dry over a long term, the period that really jumps out is the 1920s into the early 1930s, and even that historical hydrology would be a big challenge to us now in terms of the level of development that exists now in California compared to then. And of course, drought impacts increase with drought duration. And in that respect, our 2 big ticket droughts in our historical record were the Dust Bowl drought era, so to speak, 1929 to 34, and then more recently our 1987 to 92 drought. Our most recent drought in 2007-2009, which was the first time that we actually had a governor's proclamation of statewide drought emergency by former Governor Schwarzenegger, was only a 3-year event and relatively, in terms of hydrology, not that severe in comparison. So let's look at what happened to the allocations from our major water projects during those years, looking at the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. I've picked the single driest year of the 87 to 92 drought, which was 91, and then the third year of our 2007-2009, and now this third dry year. As you can see, the hydrology that we've experienced in this cycle, particularly this year, was worse than our immediately prior drought. The comparison to 1991 is a little bit apples and oranges, though, because the allocations from the water projects are influenced not just by hydrology, but also by the institutional setting. And the institutional setting has changed quite a bit with respect to regulatory conditions in the Bay Delta. We've had enactment of the Central Valley Project Improvement Act. We've had different water quality control standards in the Bay Delta. We've had new ESA biological opinions. Most recently, San Joaquin River restoration flows come into this picture. So the institutional conditions have changed, but just to point out that they had low numbers back then as well. So reservoir storage, you saw this slide already. Obviously, the longer it stays dry, the more reservoir storage goes down. But let's talk about the groundwater picture. So in 2009, state legislation enacted as part of a package of water supply related legislation directed agencies with groundwater monitoring capabilities to submit water level data to the department. And that instituted a system that we know as CASGEM, the California Statewide Groundwater Elevation Monitoring System. Post-2009, we're now able to produce graphics like this based on the data that's been submitted to us. So this is looking at last year, what we saw. You see a lot of red dots down at the south end of the San Joaquin Valley. This is normal. This has been an area of historical long-term groundwater overdraft. We've estimated for years at DWR that the ballpark is probably around 1 million acre-feet a year of overdraft in this region, simply because there's a high agricultural demand for water there, and surface water resources aren't enough to support that. So this year, when the governor issued his emergency proclamation in January, the department was actually directed to prepare a report due to the governor's office at the end of April, looking at the status of groundwater conditions statewide, drawing in part on those new data sources that we have. And these are some of the highlights from the report, notably that groundwater levels have experienced all-time historical lows in most areas of the state. And in some areas of the San Joaquin Valley, particularly down at the south end, levels are more than 100 feet below previous historical lows. With respect to basins and the status of their compliance with CASGEM monitoring requirements, we do have 515 alluvial groundwater basins in the state. Many of them are out in the southeast desert areas where it's federally owned land, not a lot of development there. So focusing on what we've identified as the high and medium priority basins, sort of a good news, bad news situation. The good news is we have most of them, but the bad news is that 40 of them still do not have monitoring data being submitted for them. And in terms of wells that have been deepened recently, reflecting potential water shortage impacts, where we see the greatest concentration of this is in the fractured rock groundwater production zones, which are typically private residential wells. This is a graphic extracted from the report. I would call your attention to all those red dots in the foothill counties immediately east of where we're located here. And that basically reflects the large number of private residential wells being deepened in these foothill areas, because these aren't areas of highly reliable groundwater supply. It stays dry, wells go dry. And just to point out, these are the basins that we identify. And when I mentioned that we have 515 basins, not all of which are priority ones, the ones that we point out as being not very highly developed are these ones out here in the southeastern desert. So when we talk about the priority basins, we're talking about ones with a lot of use: Central Valley, coastal areas, South Coast, where there's a lot of urban and agricultural use. And one of the department's taskings in the April 2014 proclamation of continued drought emergency was to continue this work with groundwater monitoring, prepare a new report to the governor's office by November 30th that follows up on this information. And also, we're trying to go out and do a lot of outreach to encourage those 40 priority basins that aren't being monitored to get with the program, so to speak, and start submitting their data to CASGEM. It's worth noting that agencies who are not in compliance with this provision are ineligible for some forms of drought financial assistance relief that the state has. And associated with this, we're also doing a contract with NASA to use satellite remote sensing data to monitor land subsidence in the Central Valley, as we know that recent increases in groundwater pumping will result in increases in subsidence in those subsidence-prone areas. And Jay referenced the land fallowing work that we're doing with NASA. By the end of this month, we expect to have preliminary results from what we consider the spring fallowing data, which is a transition season from the spring to summer crops. and then we'll start having monthly production of this data for the summer land fallowing. So just to wrap up now, do the past big droughts share common characteristics that give us predictive capability? Short answer is no. I mentioned the dry period in the 20s and 30s. It was probably our most severe in the historical record. That was probably dominated by La Nina conditions to the extent that they can estimate by backwards modeling, because they didn't have the measurements of sea surface temperatures then that they used to identify La Nina cycles. But 1991, 92, 76, 77, some of our other big droughts, they were El Ninos. So, really can't say. And this slide, courtesy of the Desert Research Institute, another way of looking at some data that Jay showed, the graphic on the right, the white areas are areas where there really isn't a strong correlation of either El Nino or La Nina conditions to precipitation. The graphic on the left, you've noticed in very small print it says R squared equals almost 0, basically saying there's no correlation between precipitation received and whether it was an El Nino, La Nina year or a neutral year. If there were, you would see all the blue dots up at the top, all the red dots down at the bottom. Instead, we basically have a scatter plot here. So while we would like to say we wish we had more predictive capability for 2015, we don't. We at DWR are, in fact, doing a lot of research work with various entities in the academic community now. Actually taking, and one of those lines of work is taking the conditional probability work that was just mentioned and taking that to a considerably more complex level of modeling. So what does it take to end a drought? We need some of these big atmospheric river storms next winter, because this is what the past history of droughts has told us, is that we need some of these really big drought busters if we want to avoid being dry again next year. So I guess we're doing questions at the end, so okay.
Carl, can I ask a question or two? I think we're getting so much good information. I think I'll lose track of my question.
Go ahead, John.
So what's this picture of?
That was, I'm trying to remember which drought that was. I think that may have been 2009 Millerton Lake.
Wow. Thank you. So my first question is, you talked about the deepening of wells in the foothills. How long does it take to get that groundwater back, or can you ever get it back? I mean, Professor Lund had the same issue that there's overdraft, and you guys. So that's one of the questions that popped up.
Yeah. So when we look at like those wells in the foothills that are on fractured rock zones, groundwater movement and availability in fractured rock is highly variable, which is why a homeowner can drill a well in one place and come up totally dry, and move over 100 feet, drill a new well, and get a fantastic yield. So it's very locally variable as to how fast it will recover. We have experience in many areas of the state where the fractured rock groundwater is almost a put and take situation. You get one average year, they can pretty much survive on their wells. If it gets a little bit dry, even by fall, they're starting to really hurt. But it is a very localized situation.
And I say this with my tongue only half in my cheek. I understand that many of those recharge quite well from the septic tanks. It's a public health issue too.
When you talk to counties about this, they're very careful to say it's a legacy land use issue. And you've exactly identified the problem of allowing development in 2-acre, 5-acre, 10-acre parcels with well and septic tank. The regional boards have actually been doing a great job of going in and taking care of the septic tank side of it, but we still have the unreliable well issue remaining.
And what about in the lower San Joaquin Valley, the overdraft? I'm assuming if we stopped overdrafting, then we would start to go the other way. But how long? First of all, you have to stop overdrafting, but then what happens after?
Well,
how
probably
old is that water? Yeah.
Worth pointing from a historical standpoint that both the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project were authorized in part on the idea they would be bringing in new sources of surface water that would replenish these areas. And actually, we saw that initially in the groundwater level records in the first few years of project implementation. Interesting fact, the State Water Project first started serving water into this area at the south end of the San Joaquin Valley within a decade before our 1976-77 drought. So we almost immediately saw the gains we had made in recovery from this new source of surface water start to be severely depleted during this drought. And if you look at the actual well logs in this area, most of them show a very steady downward trend. There has been so much lost storage and water removed from this area, it's hard to imagine you would never recover to something like a historical level. The question is, could you stabilize it at a practical level where you are not creating new impacts, creating new subsidence, those kinds of things? In looking at some of the well logs over time down there, there's obviously some areas getting down to a sub-basin level where the opportunities for stabilizing are better than others.
Let me just add a little bit to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
The statewide, I've seen estimates that historically we're down about 70 to 140 million acre feet. So if we were to dry up the entire state of California, take every drop that would normally have been used or flowed out to sea for 2 average years and stuck it underground, we'd be able to recover it. But there's no hope that that will ever happen, I imagine. Just another note on the fractured rock areas where these wells are being drilled. They're much more responsive between floods and droughts because they don't really have a lot of storage. They're just in cracks. So if you have a wet year come after a dry year, they'll refill more quickly as well, I believe.
But even in wet years, the problem is with just haphazard drilling, putting in wells, you can dry up your neighbor's well.
Oh yes,
pretty
very much,
easily.
very easily.
It's
Yeah.
that whole area. It's rolling dice when you put in a well. Bob, did you have a question?
Well, I was just going to comment on the San Joaquin. We have had so much subsidence, but it's really a public trust issue because when you have that kind of subsidence, a lot of it's the aquatards seal up and you can no longer replenish that. You've permanently lost the use of the groundwater storage in that basin. So I think your comment about let's stabilize this is pretty key. And one of the other comments you made about when the Central Valley and State Water Projects went in to help stabilize at that point in time, what really happened is new needs for water were generated as agriculture put more crops in, and then they hardened that demand with tree crops. So instead of offsetting pumping and replenishing the groundwater, we just have more water, total water usage, and so this trend of continued downward continued overdrafting is what's occurring. So, even with new storage, when we think about that, how's it get used is a pretty key issue.
It's a bank account, and you just eventually, if you keep overdrafting your bank account, it's empty.
Well, it isn't just bank account. It's because of the permanent damage to the aquatard. You can't replenish.
Oh, I understand.
So you
I
lose. You
understand that, but
permanently forever
Yeah.
have lost that capacity to use groundwater basins for storage.
And that's true in some. I understand in other aquifers you don't have the same compaction issue, but certainly where you have the clays on the west side of the valley, that's a big issue. And it's impacting conveyance structure. So I guess a question, and maybe you can't answer it today, but I'd like to follow up with you. We've gotten very good of getting rid of floodwaters very quickly. In the case of the Clary Lake Basin, they end up out in areas where we have very salty, shallow groundwater when we do have very wet years. And of course, in the San Joaquin and Sacramento, they end up going under the Golden Gate. What are the opportunities of good conjunctive, a program integrating groundwater and surface water storage, what is the possibility of getting much better at groundwater storage than we are today? Some people call it banking. I'd like to see it on a much larger scale than we're doing right now. So that's a question. If you can address it today or not, I'll follow up with you.
I actually have a couple slides on that.
Oh, wonderful, Vicki. I know you would. For some reason, I just knew you would.
And then I had another question on the runoff discussion. Is it basically a one-to-one correlation, or if there's a drought, there's less runoff, or is there some other thing happening that not every dry year was on that list? What was going on there?
Well, For one thing, the runoff list was statewide runoff, and when we were looking at the precipitation graphs, they were just for the Sac and San Joaquin Valley, so not covering the entire state. But certainly one thing that you see as drought duration increases, you get relatively less runoff because you've now lost it to soil moisture. So when your snowpack, what you have, starts to melt in the springtime, a lot of that is going directly into soil moisture and groundwater. It's not making it into the surface runoff. This is why actually in the initial years of a drought, the biggest impacts that you see are the people who rely on unmanaged water sources, dry land, agriculture, rangeland, cattle grazing, those kinds of things.
Another question I would have you folks looked at the impact of forest management practices on runoff?
We have not looked at that per se, but one of the things, and the wildfire issue is of course outside our jurisdictional area, but one of the things we point out is that historically in drought conditions, of course everyone focuses on the water, but actually some of our biggest economic impacts have been on the wildfire side. In 87 to 92, the largest economic impact identified of that drought was loss of board feet of timber in the Sierra Nevada due to the tremendous bark beetle infestation and all of the dead trees there. We actually had a state of emergency proclaimed in the early 2000s on bark beetle down in the San Bernardino, San Gabriel mountain areas. And then some of our most catastrophic wildfires, including the 2003 and 2007 wildfires in Southern California, were either right after or directly during a drought and were linked to drought as the problem. And also, at the time, the biggest urban wildfire in the nation back in 1991 was the Oakland Hills wildfire. So that's a link that many people don't recognize.
But another part of that is the tremendous amount of erosion we see following
Exactly.
one of these major wildfires, the impacts that it has on habitat and so forth. I saw the Kern River the winter after, or the spring after the fire there, which was, 10, 12 years ago. And it was just totally amazing how much sediment had been moved. So I guess my question goes more, though, to current forest management practices, I'm told, result in a lot more evapotranspiration, not nearly as much runoff reaching the rivers. Has that been looked at?
There has been. We had, a few weeks ago, we had a UC Drought Summit, and we had a couple of speakers, one from UC Merced and one from UC Berkeley, that talked about how in the Sierras, the density of forest is much greater than it would have been in pre-development times, and that all those plants evapotranspire moisture and apparently increase also the evaporation, sublimation of precipitation. The general ballpark, in talking with some of the professors afterwards, was that they thought it might be as much as about 1 million acre foot a year. So I told them, well, you should just pave it all.
That's true. Well, yeah, I have a hard time responding after that, but
Actually, this is kind of interesting, though, because one of your comments was area of jurisdiction, and I know you've reached over to other areas, working with other entities, but our focus here as our board is, water quality, and that'll be fisheries or sedimentation or other impacts. But we too, as all other these entities, got to be working in a team fashion to make sure we address these as best we can. So I know you're both, and this team is doing that at the table, so thank you.
Yeah, and actually just a quick follow-up. I know this is not in your geographic area, but down in Southern California after, in particular, the 2007 wildfires, there was a huge response action by a broad spectrum of state and federal agencies on the runoff and sedimentation from the burned areas, and actually emergency response actions during the flooding or just big storms that followed because of debris flows.
On the forests themselves, the Forest Service has a regional laboratory which is located in Fresno, and they've been doing a study, rather long-term study in the Sierra Forest. And among other things they've done is an oral history with the native inhabitants of that area. And that history, of course, points out that those mountains used to be burned every year when they came out of the mountains after fishing and hunting and gathering and for various reasons, but I guess it was realized in one way or another that there was better grass and better game and so forth. But that obviously influenced the mountains. It'd be pretty hard to do today with the development there, but some way or another, I think that's something that needs to be looked at for all kinds of reasons. It's a source of water, certainly, though it will protect habitat, we find, if we do find ways to do that. And of course, as I said, you get more water out of it. Next speaker. Oh, Janine, are you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah, oh, yes, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Next is Vicki Whitney from the State Water Board.
Good morning, Dr. Longley and members of the board. My name is Victoria Whitney, sometimes known as Mrs. Ken Landau.
I could make a comment, but I won't.
I'm the Deputy Director for Water Quality at the State Board, although I spent most of my career at the State Board working in water rights. I have a lot of slides. Some of them are just pretty pictures. I wanted to go and take an even more historic view. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the past, some about the present, and a little bit about the future. Today and next week, I'm going to China to speak for 8 hours on California's response to the drought. And so I'm making double use of some of the slides that I did, which is why the presentations are long and why they don't just relate specifically to water quality. So I just wanted to let you know that before I start. So this is probably my favorite slide ever. You can see a Franciscan monk talking to, or missionary talking to a conquistador, and he says, "It looks awfully dry here in California. Is there enough water for 21 missions?" What has California done in the past when faced with dry conditions? In summary, what they've done is make more water. There's been some references to that already this morning. This is a ditch tender down in Los Angeles, and originally we made more water by having these ditch tenders go out and collect water in buckets and deliver it to people. That became a little bit more onerous. So this is the Los Angeles River before it became a flood control channel. That's a water wheel diverting water into a flume. So Southern California addressed its water supply issues by engineering. Southern California is dry and more populous. On the left side, you have average annual precipitation in California. On the right, you have population density. And, up until around the 1940s, the Bay Area was the more populous part of the state. But that changed with World War II and the influx of population to the LA area. Don't want to leave out Northern California. This is San Francisco. You can see Alcatraz in the past, or in the distance there. And San Francisco had its problems too, particularly following the 1906 earthquake when they went looking for water. This is William Bourne. If any of you have been to the Empire Mine, he owned it. There's the mine. He built Filoli, a very lovely house in the Bay Area. He also owned Spring Valley Water Company, and he went around looking to steal water from other parts of the Bay Area, specifically the Niles Cone down near Fremont. This is William Hammond Hall. He was the first state engineer in California. His claim to fame, his initial claim to fame, is that he designed Golden Gate Park. But then he wrote the Report of the State Engineer of California on Irrigation and the Irrigation Question, Volume 1, which eventually turned into the California Water Plan. And he did an extensive series of surveys in Southern California, and he was the first to propose what later became the Central Valley Project and the statewide project. He had some issues with some folks in San Francisco and resulted in him getting fired from his job. And so after he was fired from his job, he was hired by some speculators who sent him up to do some investigations up in the Tuolumne Valley. He actually bought land in Cherry Valley in anticipation that San Francisco would eventually be seeking water from the high Sierras, which of course they did when they built Hetch Hetchy. This is the other famous engineer, William Mulholland. He and William Hammond Hall were working at about the same time. And he, of course, sent his folks up to the Owens Valley, where they bought land and then secretly, and then sold the land without water rights so that the water could be diverted to Southern California. That's Mona Lake. And there's the aqueduct. So what all these things have done, this continual expansion of water, is left us with this tremendously large water system where you can actually get water physically from the Trinity River up here all the way to San Diego. And as you know, water tends to move to the south and also to the west, to the more populated areas. You can see from this graph where most of the water goes to, the darker blue areas. Here's a satellite image of California in 2014, showing the impact of the current drought on California's vegetation. But it's not, as Jay said, the first drought that we've had. This is paleoclimatological data that was developed for the Colorado River, goes back to the year 700 AD. It's based on tree ring studies that were done. And Jay pointed this out, but you can see that in the past there were droughts that lasted from 120 to 250 years, which is pretty sobering. In that period of time, California's population was about 150,000 Native Americans predominantly until you get around the early 1800s. And you can see I superimposed population records down here so that you could see the level of demand issues that the prior speakers had referred to.
Vicki, can I ask a quick question? And this might have been maybe a dumb question. How is drought defined? Is it just below average precipitation? Is it, because we keep using the word, but is it 200 years of drought? Does that mean it never rained? I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of, is it like a recession where there's a definitive answer, or?
Maybe I'll take that one since we have this conversation a lot. It really depends on the perspective of who's asking the question and what geographic area are you interested in. They talk of meteorological drought, which is when it doesn't rain for some period, hydrologic drought when runoff and reservoir storage is low, agricultural drought when precipitation and soil moisture are low. Generally, for things like this work by Dr. Miko, he's simply looking at stream flow below average as his measure here.
Hi. So a lot of the work the state has been done around the drought issue has been based on the USDA Drought Monitor, which is updated every Tuesday, and it's a variety of complex factors as to water use availability, or water availability, water use, precipitation, snowpack, and a variety of other things. So when we've been going forward on the drought and looking at areas that are drought-stricken or saying it's an extreme drought or an exceptional drought or a severe drought, that is based on the USDA Drought Monitor.
One other interesting point about this graph is you can see that the red line here reflects the tremendous increase in population in the last century or so. The prior speakers talked about the planning period for the Central Valley projects, which was in the late 1920s. It was before the water projects were built, and as Janine pointed out, the water projects were built somewhat in response to the drought that was going on in the 1920s, which also happened to coincide with a period of large development, land development in Northern California for rice farming because of the effects of World War I, where rice growing in other parts of the world were devastated because of the war. And so the price of rice went up significantly, and California's farmers took advantage of the price increase, and they developed lands in the Sacramento Valley specifically for rice. That large expansion of rice growing coincided with the critical drought for planting purposes in California. And as a result of that drought, you got saline intrusion from San Francisco Bay as far as Marysville in the Verona area, and pretty far up into the San Joaquin Valley as well. So one of the impacts of a drought obviously is that you get seawater intrusion because you don't have enough flow to repel seawater in coastal streams. So that's one thing I wanted to point out, since nobody's really talked about that so far this morning.
So I
this
guess
is-
we could infer that that's happened in the past. If we look at that last graphic that you had, that's been an occurrence every time we've had a major drought prior to the projects. Is that correct?
Yes. A lot of people blame the projects for, you know, sailing issues in the delta, but those issues predated the construction of the projects. So it's everybody's responsible. It's not just the projects that are responsible.
So the
for that.
projects have actually kept the delta more fresh than it typically is. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is a picture of Folsom Lake taken in January. A lot of people have used this slide. It's a great picture. Commenting on your question, Carl, there was a PBS show about the San Francisco Bay, and you know, San Francisco Bay used to be just like the Central Valley, a big dry area, and there was stream flow actually out pretty far to the Farallones, I believe, at various times in the past. So, what are we doing in response to drought? Well, the State Water Board, the Division of Water Quality, is looking at a number of different types of activities. I'm going to talk about two of them here today, and a third one a little bit. So first is water recycling, because on Tuesday the State Board adopted a statewide water recycling general order that your folks will be able to enroll under, your staff will be able to enroll them. I'm going to talk about desalination just for a very short period of time, and you might think, gee, we're the Central Valley, what do we care about desalination? Desalination will change the balance of where water comes from. That's one reason, but the primary reason that I included it in my slides this morning is because we've been doing research on the effect of salinity discharges into the ocean and on ocean species. And the activities that the Division of Water Quality and the State Board are undertaking in regard to desalination may have an impact on your plans to put in a brine line. So that's why I'm going to bring that up. And then I have a couple of slides on conjunctive water use and groundwater remediation. So as we've talked about, California is changing. Population is increasing significantly. In addition, we have climate change impacts that we're dealing with that are predicted to result in extended dry years as well as warmer temperatures. At the same time, traditional local supplies are dwindling. I commented that in the past, when we've been faced with dry conditions, we've made more water. We did that originally by building reservoirs. The reservoir here, this is a San Clemente Reservoir on the Carmel River, and you can see it's pretty much full of mud. Here it's shown in flood conditions, and you can see that pretty much it's mud that's coming out of the dam. The delta was where we went after we exhausted our ability to build local projects. We started importing water from the delta and moving water south and west, as I indicated. As was mentioned by board member Schneider, you know, we're taking actions to protect endangered species in the delta, and that is resulting in a restricted ability to move water through the delta, at least under our current plumbing configuration. In addition, since the 1970s, a lot of non-governmental environmental organizations have formed, and they generally object to interbasin transfers. This is my favorite one down here, Save the Colorado. Just because it's so eye-catching. So environmental groups protest the construction of new dams. I think it's very unlikely that new dams are going to be built unless they are off-stream dams. There probably is some support, particularly in drought conditions, for building off-stream dams, but I don't think it's very likely that we're going to be building any more big on-stream dams. So the California Legislative Analyst's Office in 2008 did a primer looking at potential future water supplies. They have shorter term and longer term. Again, increased conveyance, storage. But if you look at this graph, the biggest gains are to be had from water use efficiency, that is just use less, and also from recycling. LA, Southern California, is taking that into consideration. This graph on the left side shows where their water supplies come from now. This one on the right side shows where they're anticipating their water supplies or planning to have their water supplies come from. In 2035, you can see that the biggest gains are in recycled water, water conservation. Groundwater stays about the same. Water imported from Northern California stays about the same. Water imported from the Colorado River decreases. The other western states are mad at us because we've taken more than our fair share for a long time, and those states are now developing and they're putting in claims. Stormwater capture is responsible for a little bit of it. Water transfers, open market type activities are also responsible for a little.
And if I could comment on that, they've really, in some ways, serve as a model. Their population has increased significantly, a million or two over the past 10 to 15 years. At the same time, their water demand has stayed pretty constant.
Mm-hmm.
It's increased a little possibly, but nothing like the increase in population. You know, I should have spoken earlier. You made a comment regarding state board actions impacting a brine drain. Could
Yes.
you go over that again? I'm asking you to back up a bit.
I'll get to it in the future. I mean, it's a couple more slides down on my
good,
presentation.
Good.
So again, recycled water is a potentially huge source, and it's reasonably drought proof. The amount of water coming out of sewage treatment plants decreases when people conserve water, coincidentally making it more difficult to meet some of the water quality objectives that you and that we impose on them. So conservation has its pluses, it also has its minuses. Some of the minuses have to do with the revenues associated with how we fund our water supply agencies too, but I'm not really going to get into that. But recycled water is a promising source of future supply in California. California Water Code defines recycled water. Basically, it's treated wastewater that's been treated to a sufficient extent that it can support beneficial uses, and the legislature has identified recycled water as a valuable resource. I'm going to talk a little bit about the state's recycling targets and trends in recycled water use. So the state periodically sets and updates recycling goals. This graph shows what the goals have been at various points in time. California Water Code. It keeps going up, as you can see, as demand keeps going up. The white dots are represent how much water we've actually recycled. We have a lot of recycling in our future. California recycles about 7% of its water now. In Israel, they recycle 80% of their water. And 75% of irrigated agriculture in Israel is irrigated with recycled water. The State Water Board adopted a strategic plan that also has goals for increasing recycled water use. This graph shows recycled water use by county. Carl, you're absolutely right. Recycled water use is highest in Los Angeles and Orange County, partly because of groundwater controls, I think, but we can talk about that in a minute. This graph shows recycled water use based on various regions within the state. So here's the Central Valley region, again, a very large region. Here's the Los Angeles region, a very small region, and yet the Los Angeles region is using about as much recycled water as the Central Valley region is. These are the types of uses that recycled water can be applied to. Industrial uses, agricultural uses. This graph shows how recycled water was distributed in 2009. What recycled water is used for varies depending on where you live. In the more metropolitan areas, it tends to be used for urban landscape irrigation and for industrial uses, and also for groundwater recharge. In the Central Valley, the primary use is agriculture. This graph shows how much recycled water is put into recreational reservoirs. You know, one of the statements of opposition against recycled water use is, oh, that's, you know, toilet water and we don't want to use it. A lot of people, I'm sure you're aware of this, but you know, a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that if there's a sewage treatment plant upstream from you and it is discharging under an NPDES permit into a river and your intake is downstream, like in the Delta, you are drinking recycled water whether you recognize it or not. I was going to talk a little bit about the state's efforts to increase recycling, implementing the recycled water policy, which the state adopted a couple of years ago, funding recycled water projects, and streamlining regulatory processes. The goal of the State Board's recycled water policy is to increase the use of recycled water, to streamline permitting of recycled water projects, and to maintain the quality of groundwater supplies, which I'm sure is very important to the Central Valley, where you are likely going to rely more on groundwater in the future. The recycled water policy includes a number of different sections. We talk about the use of recycled water, landscape irrigation, and groundwater recharge. We've been doing a lot of scientific investigation for constituents of emerging concerns. Those are pharmaceuticals, endocrine disruptors, things like that, stuff that gets flushed down the toilet. We've done some statewide assessment of CECs where they exist. It's very interesting up in Humboldt County. They have a lot of, we do some of these studies based on long-term muscle as in the little sea creature analysis, tissue analysis, and the mussels up off the Humboldt coast have a lot of PCP in them, which is pretty interesting. I guess people are flushing drugs down the toilet. In 2013, the state's recycled water policy was amended to provide direction to the regions and folks who want to recycle on monitoring for CECs, and we're continuing to fund research in that area. The State Board's Division of Financial Assistance has provided over $1.3 billion in funding for recycled water. It's funded recycled water projects throughout the state, and there are about 400,000. There are recycled water projects proposed that will generate about 400,000 acre-feet of additional water. There's an integrated regional water management grant program that's operated predominantly by the Department of Water Resources. Our DFA folks work with them. They provide $380 million in funding for recycling projects, and they've generated 38,000 acre-feet of recycled water. So now permitting efficiencies. If you want to recycle water, you have to get a permit both from the Department of Health Services, the drinking water program, which, as I'm sure you know, will be moving to the state board sometime after July 1st. You also have to get either a waste discharge requirement or water reclamation permit, or operate under a master water reclamation permit that you obtain from the regional board. It takes a little while to get one of those permits. And so we've recently put a lot of effort into speeding up that permitting process and streamlining the regulatory process. And this slide is in here by mistake. Sorry about that. I'm skipping that one. So, like I said, on Tuesday, the State Board adopted a recycled water general order that anybody who wants to use treated municipal wastewater for non-potable purposes can enroll under. This was developed in response to the governor's proclamations of a drought state of emergency in January of this year, and then he issued a subsequent proclamation in April. In that subsequent proclamation in April, he directed the state board to adopt this order, and he kindly provided a CEQA exemption for the adoption of that order. So anybody who enrolls under this general order is not going to have to deal with project by project CEQA issues in terms of the regulatory agencies having to adopt their own orders and their own CEQA documents. That's a great advantage to you. The recycled water order recognizes that recycling is an opportunity to conserve availability of local potable water supplies. We believe that the uses that are covered by that order create a relatively low threat to water quality. We did get some comments about impacts to water quality, particularly in the Central Valley. Bill Jennings, I'm sure you are all familiar with Bill, sent us a nice comment letter on that, as did some of the other environmental groups. We've looked into it. We've had an expert panel look into it. Our CEC panels have looked into it. And we've been working very closely with the Department of Health Services, and we believe that the use of recycled water consistent with the Title 22 requirements is safe for humans and isn't going to pose unreasonable environmental impacts in terms of water quality. The recycled water general order allows producers and distributors of recycled water to facilitate recycled water use as administrators. So it's the administrator who will enroll under the order, and then folks who want to obtain water from the administrator can go to the administrator. So the administrator would typically be a recycled water producer or distributor, like a wastewater treatment plant. The permit, again, limits this, the recycled water supply source to treated municipal wastewater, and it allows any uses that are compliant with Title 22 regs, the health and safety regs, except for groundwater augmentation. The state board is in the process of assessing groundwater augmentation issues, as is the Department of Health Services. The Department of Health Services will be issuing regulations on groundwater augmentation with recycled water in the very near future, and we thought it was inappropriate to issue an order that allowed that before they completed that work.
That is groundbreaking as far as from my perspective, and really congratulate you on the work you've done on that. You know, the need for water, or the perceived need for water, really influences this, how people view this so-called yuck factor. And in fact, I have been attending a couple of conferences put on by the water reuse folks, where there's now some very serious conversations going on about direct potable reuse. And it can be done, and those areas where it would be beneficial, I think we're going to see that within the next decade. If it will be, that'll be a real precedent, certainly, for being able to make good use of waters and not simply discharging them.
I think you'll see it before the next decade.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. So this is just a general chart that describes how the general order works. Again, folks who want to administer recycled water programs enroll under the general order with the regional board. The regional board will be responsible for enforcement of the provisions, and then the enrollees will work with the individual users. So the individual users don't have to get their own permit. They're covered by the general order permit. So talking about the future of recycled water, again, recycled water is currently satisfying 7% of the state's demand. It's identified as a valuable resource, and direct and indirect potable, or direct and indirect recycled water use. Water can come from a wastewater treatment plant, be delivered directly to a city. It can go to a city without ever going into either groundwater or into a river. That's called direct potable reuse. Once that happens, you won't be issuing as many NPDES permits as you've issued in the past, because as long as the treated wastewater doesn't touch some other water body, they don't need a permit. There's no discharge that's involved. And that's the ultimate goal, particularly in urban areas like San Diego, where the infrastructure is not amenable to being easily or cheaply modified to allow separate piping systems.
This is a definition question I have for you. John asked about drought, so I'm going to ask you about recycled, because we have this graphic, and it's focused on wastewater treatment. But when we talk about picking up salty water, and reclaiming it, removing the salts, in other words, or concentrating those salts, but turning out a product that is reusable. Is this recycling or is this reclamation?
I think we would refer to it as reclamation and, more specifically desalination. Desalination isn't just of ocean water. As you know, it's also can be of brackish groundwater. Recycling seems to be associated with sewage treatment plants.
And so you would keep the definition simply with the wastewater treatment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question. So currently, without this really neat diagram, the wastewater treatment plant would be, I guess, releasing the water back into the river. With more limited flows going back into the river from recycled water policy, what is the result for downstream users who may have less water available to them?
That is a great question. There's a water code section called Water Code Section 1211 that says before a wastewater treatment plant that discharges to a surface water body can change their point of discharge, the purpose of use of the water that they discharge or the place of use of the water that they discharge, they have to ask the State Water Resources Control Board for permission, essentially. And then the section further directs the State Water Resources Control Board to assess whether to grant that permission based on regulations that it has in place that govern how you go about changing water rights. So the legislature has recognized that wastewater treatment plant discharges do have an ability to affect downstream uses, and the water code sections under which the state board would assess those proposed changes are in Water Code Section 1700, and the sections immediately following that, the state board would assess it for the proposal to look at two things. One is whether or not there's any adverse impact on legal water users, which includes people who contract for water, and the second is whether there's any unreasonable impact on fish and wildlife. In looking at the first question, it gets really complicated because you have to identify where the source of the water that results in the discharge from the sewage treatment plant comes from. The state board has issued an order on Deer Creek, which is near Latrobe Road, where the this regional board, told El Dorado Irrigation District, who operated the wastewater treatment plant up there, that they either needed to upgrade their plant to create higher quality discharges or to stop discharging to the river. El Dorado Irrigation District decided it would stop discharging to the river because they had golf courses that they wanted to irrigate with the recycled water order. The state board received complaints from downstream parties, assessed those complaints, and told El Dorado Irrigation District, which is now El Dorado Water and Power, that they had to leave some of the water in the river to support endangered species. And so there are conflicts. Thank you for pointing that out. El Dorado Irrigation District, or El Dorado Water and Power, coincidentally, I think recently approached Barbara asking to have that bypass requirement, that continued flow requirement, decreased. My understanding is that the state board said that it would consider doing that if El Dorado imposed mandatory conservation measures, and El Dorado said no thanks, and that was the end of that discussion.
But this has been a problem in Southern California also, hasn't it?
It has been a problem in Southern California. It's been a problem in Thousand Oaks. It's been a problem with Lloyd's Virginus Water District. And so, you as board members shouldn't automatically assume that recycling is a good thing in every situation. It's going to depend on it's going to be assessed on a case-by-case basis.
We have a little more time today than we typically would have, so I'm going to ask this question. It may not be too appropriate, but I'm hung up on salt, as you know. And so if we're doing reclamation, desal, what is and this is drain water, agriculture drain water, what is is that new water, or is there ownership of that water from where it came, underneath the owners of the fields from which it came?
Usually, once the water leaves your system, it's considered abandoned water. And the state board will issue water right permits allowing people to use abandoned water. But people who are using abandoned water have no legal basis for compelling the continued discharge of that water in most cases. The exception is if they're diverting under riparian rights. Riparian rights you get because you own property that touches a stream. If the diversion's under riparian rights, riparians have to share and share alike, and downstream riparians are entitled to a correlative share of the natural water supply of that stream. And so riparians can compel the continued release of that water for their benefit, but appropriators, people who get permits and licenses from the state board, usually cannot. So it's mostly going to be a question associated with unreasonable impacts on fish and wildlife.
Thank you.
There is some legislation that was adopted that affects both the State Water Board and the Drinking Water Program, which, as I pointed out, will be moving to the State Board soon. The Drinking Water Program is supposed to adopt the groundwater recharge criteria by the end of June. They sent their regulations through their agency for sign-off yesterday. They say that they are on schedule to do that. They are also supposed to adopt surface water augmentation criteria by 2016 and investigate the feasibility of direct potable reuse by the end of 2016. Then there was additional legislation in 2013 which directs CDPH to convene an advisory group to help assess these impacts. CDPH has convened an expert panel who are looking at recycling issues, and the expert panel report is due by 2016 as well. This legislation specified who the members of that expert panel were supposed to be, not in terms of names, but in terms of areas of expertise. Again, the drinking water program is slated to be transferred to the State Water Board. I think it's going to be an interesting experience for both of us. I've been working with Liz Haven, who's the lead for the transfer for the water boards on this issue for about the last year. We've had lots and lots of meetings with the drinking water people. And their goal is to protect public health. That is their prime goal. And the Division of Water Quality's prime goal over the last several decades has been to protect environmental health, I would say. They also protect human health, but a lot of the focus has been on environmental health. And I think that there are going to be some places where those two goals result in neither humans or the environment getting the amount of water that they need. And it's going to be interesting to see how those conflicts are resolved. And then the drinking water program link is down on the bottom if anybody wants to look at the transition plan. Again, I said I was going to talk just very shortly about brine discharges, and I'm sorry I'm taking so long. You can shut me up at any time you'd like. Okay.
Keep going. Ken warned me about trying to do that.
So right now in California, yeah, he'll get it. Right now in California, there are 10 current desal facilities. Some of them have been in place for a number of decades. There are 15 proposed facilities. These are coastal desalination facilities. When the staff at the State Board started looking at developing criteria that it was going to recommend to the State Board in this desal policy, we actually looked at also including criteria for desal in estuarine environments, not just coastal environments. And we were directed to do this in the triennial review of the ocean plan, and just because of the scope of the work that would be involved if we expanded into the estuarine areas or the rivers, we opted not to do that. The State Board did not direct us to do that at the time that they adopted the ocean plan review. That doesn't mean that we won't do it in the future. We're just trying to, eat an elephant in small chunks. And so at some point we may adopt desal criteria that affect inland inland waters as well, particularly brines, brackish water, brackish groundwater. So, treating water for desal, as you've pointed out, Carl, is very similar to treating wastewater for recycling. You take the source water, you remove large particles, you remove salts, you treat to drinking water standards, you send the resulting product to the water supply, and you end up with a brine, and the brine is generally twice as salty as the source water that you started out with.
While you're on that slide, well, this is a good slide too. Congresswoman Grace Napolitano has legislation out there to reauthorize the desal research monies, and I had the rather unique opportunity to brief the director of the NSF, Dr. France Cordova, the other day regarding the need for the kinds of research we need for both coastal areas, but also for inland areas. The problem is that a lot of that money is directed towards, of course, I'm saying this as a Californian, is directed towards research that's not necessarily pertaining to California issues. And I think it's important that we find ways, since that bill's being reauthorized, to try to get more of those monies to California.
When we started working on this desal policy, the first thing we did was a literature review, and there's not a lot of information, either on the impacts of diverting water from the ocean, which wouldn't affect the proposals that you're talking about, or on the effect of discharging the brines. And in fact, we commissioned 3 expert panels to do some studies for us and advise the State Water Board on how we should proceed. So if you don't know, there are impacts on the environment from desalination. Everybody says, gee, there's all this ocean water out off the coast of California. Why don't they just use it? They use it in Saudi Arabia. They use it in other places in the world. It's largely due to our environmental bent and due to the environmental impacts. So the impacts of the diversion, which wouldn't necessarily affect you unless you're looking at desalinating river water, and then you'd have the same issues that you would have with any diversion, are impingement. That's where a fish gets stuck against a screen that's put over the end of the intake pipe to keep them out, or entrainment, which is where small fish and larvae and eggs go through the screen. That's a picture of a intake pipe in Australia where the water's warm, and you can see that it's a biological habitat there because lots of stuff is growing on it. The other impact associated with intakes, State Board is likely, the staff is going to ask the State Board to consider setting priorities for intake criteria. And the staff believes that subsurface intakes provide the best available technology, but there are impacts associated with subsurface intakes as well, which is that when you're in a coastal environment and you stick a well in, whether it's a conventional well or whether it's a slant well, you can induce seawater intrusion. Barbara has staff who are looking at that issue in Monterey. You can also divert fresh groundwater that then leads to water right disputes with groundwater users in those coastal areas. Another environmental impact associated with desalination is that it takes a lot of energy to treat the water. This graph shows the relative costs associated. This is a little bit old, but the relative costs associated with acquiring water from different sources, including importing water from Northern California, importing water from the Colorado, treating brackish groundwater. You can see that's a much less expensive proposal because the water isn't as salty to begin with. Treating reclaimed water, also one of the lesser expensive proposals, and then treating seawater, which is the most expensive because of the treatment that's involved. Using electricity, if it's generated with fossil fuels, produces greenhouse gases, which are believed to create ocean acidification, which is something I'm not even going to go into, except I want you to be aware of it. The CO2 in the ocean is creating acidification problems for the ocean, which is causing marine life, particularly shellfish, to have shells that are less strong, and is a big concern for the shell fishermen off the coast.
Vicky, I'll just-
Could you go back to that slide? John, go ahead.
I was just going to say this issue came up at the Air Resources Board about a week ago when they adopted the updated scoping plan. And there's a line in the scoping plan that talks about conservation strategies for water, and it sort of got the ire of the desal folks. And there was a big discussion at the Air Board about water, which doesn't happen very often. But it had to do with this integrated planning and all the things that water folks are doing. And they wanted to just make sure that greenhouse gases didn't trump water policy. And it was just an interesting discussion, and it just goes to show the connectivity between all this. And so I guess that was my only point.
Yeah, we've been working with the Air Board on assessing these impacts because we're doing a substitute environmental document for this policy. We've also been working closely with them on a topic that might be closer to your hearts, which is composting facilities. Cal Recycle has a goal of diverting 75% of materials that are going to landfills into compost facilities, and there's off-gassing associated with that, as well as water quality impacts associated with concentrating all the compostable materials in the same place.
I'd like to, on that slide, I'd like to point out that while it appears to be pretty cost-effective to desal brackish groundwater, certainly in the Central Valley, when we look at those costs, maybe $3,250 an acre foot ought to be the lower number, given the cost simply of disposal of the brine. But even saying that, we're not. It's easy to desal sodium chloride, predominant waters that are predominantly sodium chloride. When you start, those costs to me, as I look at it, are very suspicious. The ones in the blue. Because to the membranes don't do very well when you put calcium bicarb or calcium sulfate waters on them, and shorter filter runs, membranes are expensive, higher power costs. Those numbers would be very suspicious to me.
This slide was produced originally by Metropolitan Water District of Southern California,
Right.
and I suspect that they're talking about sodium chloride.
Work that we did back in this valley, DWR did the work. Back in the 90s, it was around $1,250 an acre foot before you even looked at the brine. So that's why that number is a little suspicious to me.
Did you want to say something, Jay?
Thank you.
And then the discharge impact, which has a closer relationship to the questions that you'll have to answer, have to do with the brine. The brine can be toxic. Brine, salt water is more dense than, the saltier the water, the more dense it is, and so it tends to sink. And so if you just let it come out of an outfall, it floats down here and sinks in low areas and does not dissipate and kills benthic organisms. So the way that you can engineer a solution to that is by shoving the water out through high pressure diffusers. Think of a fire hose. Think of what happens when you stand in front of a fire hose. Same thing happens to fish that happen to be in front of the fish and eggs that happen to be in front of the fire hose. You do get better dispersion, as you can tell from this graph up here, but you can cause shearing. They call it shearing, and it's shearing in an engineering sense where you can whack the fish in half. And the effect depends on the pressure that's coming out of the nozzle and also on the size of the fish. So you can get anything from a nice little massage of the fish to killing it.
I've been told that Barbara's going to have to depart soon. So.
I'll wrap it up. I'm almost done anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll skip this slide. Anyway, we're looking at standards for intakes, standards for discharges, and we're also looking at a receiving water standard. The receiving water standard is likely to be 2 parts per thousand, which is not very much when you're looking at the concentration of the brine, and that's primarily what I wanted you to be aware of. It's only going to apply to desalination facilities at this point, but the scientific studies that underlie it do not distinguish between whether the brine that's created is a result of desal or a brine line from inland areas. This is just a slide showing the studies. I'm going to skip all this. You have it in your packets. This is likely going to go to the board in the fall. Carl, you had asked about conjunctive use of groundwater. There's been some discussion here about overdraft. This is a famous picture. This sign shows how much the land has subsided. There's been conversations about clays. Clays are slightly ionized. They're sort of stacked like this, and when you take the water out, they collapse, they stick together. You do lose the capacity to recharge that water, recharge those clays with water permanently. You asked what the capacity was for conjunctive use. This is information from the Department of Water Resources. 9 million acre feet of aquifer storage space that can produce about 500,000 acre feet of additional yield. And the biggest problem with conjunctive use, in my opinion, is lack of regulation of groundwater in California. Anybody can stick a straw in and suck groundwater out. Nobody wants to invest in money to put groundwater in as long as anybody can take it out. There's opposition to groundwater regulation. You probably can't read it, but the caption on this picture says, despite the drought, Mark Watt, 57, a farmer in Tulare, does not want the government telling him how much water he can use on his land. So it's a philosophical opposition. That's in the New York Times not too long ago. There's fairly light regulatory schema for groundwater. You can adjudicate groundwater basins. That's where you figure out how much each individual gets to pump. You can form special legislative districts. That's happened. There's local groundwater management. Some is more successful than others. Cities and counties can adopt ordinances. Most of the ordinances that they've adopted just say you can't take water out of our county. They don't do anything else. Places where groundwater recharge is successful, like Orange County, it's because those basins have been adjudicated. They were adjudicated in the 1950s. And so there's been controls put on how much water people can take out, which is why the infrastructure to put water in has been developed. This map just shows where the different types of regulatory schema exist throughout the state. Again, the adjudicated basins are all in Southern California. There's one up here on the Scott River that's actually a surface water adjudication, and the rest of it's just local management for the most part. In addition to the water supply issues, there's all sorts of different kinds of agencies that have jurisdiction over groundwater, and it's very confusing. So the concluding slide of my presentation is that because of the drought, for the first time, California is actually looking at regulating groundwater extractions. The governor's proposed 10 positions. They would initially go to the state board, and then the plan is, I think, to transfer them to the Division of Water Rights. So the idea would be that locals would get first shot at controlling groundwater extraction, and if they don't, the state would step in and enforce against impacts that, or against extractions that create impacts. And that's the end. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Why don't we hold the questions and go to Barbara, because I think we do want to talk a little more about the groundwater.
Right. Yes, we're going to ask you questions.
Okay,
after you give your presentation.
Okay, thank you. You know, I have microphone envy at the water board. We don't have this nice little red line at the top, and so the number of conversations that have been recorded are just really interesting at the state board with open mics, so I like this system.
That's all we have that the state board doesn't have.
I'm Barbara Evoy. I'm the Deputy Director for Water Rights. So thank you very much for accommodating my schedule. In the 30 years I've worked at the State Water Board, I don't think I've ever had this much work for this many months at a time. And I know Janine and Sandy and I are all involved in the Governor's Drought Task Force, and it's just, we're in an extraordinary circumstance, and the agencies are doing their best to try and be as reactive and as helpful as possible during the drought, and it's really created quite a stress on not only the people who are obviously counting on those supplies, but also on the state agency response side, and we're doing our best to scamper. So drought is by definition of lack of supply, and the Division of Water Rights and the water rights system was established in 1914 at the state level to really handle how you organize and manage supplies. And during drought, that means how you cut back on supplies where people have been relying on those for quite a while, and they're very used to having a water source. And at this point, looking forward in the drought of this year, we're looking, because the supplies are so low, looking to cut back way further than people had imagined we ever would go. And this is creating, of course, great angst and concern amongst people who have been relying on these water sources. As Jay also mentioned, during the 100 years of the water rights system, of course, we started out with a fairly limited population and fairly limited demands, and the idea was that you just kept applying for water rights, and in an organized fashion, the most senior people, the people who were here first, were the people who established their water right, and then those who came after that, if there was water available, they could get a permit, and they added on and added on and added on. And so now the water rights system is faced with taking those people who came in late to the system and reducing the amount of water to match the supply. So the demand and supply curves are fairly cut and dry. You have so much water and so much demand. And when you put those two together, the system was designed to basically take the system down to zero. So we'd use all the supply that you had. So that system was designed, as I say, 100 years ago with plenty of court cases to modify that as we went along. But it didn't incorporate some of the current thoughts we have, such as public trust. What do you do about fishery resources when you're looking at current supply and demand? What do you do about things like the hydropower grid? We weren't thinking hydropower and energy resources 100 years ago in quite the same way we think of it now. What do you do with communities that no longer have a source of water because they came in late? There's a lot of communities, as we talked about, certainly the foothills, a lot of that growth has been more recent, but a lot of the smaller communities, retirement communities, recreational communities, have been developed and built into established communities and harden that demand, and they're not necessarily in locations where there's readily accessible water to move around. So there's a lot of issues involved with that, not the least of which is once we invoke the water rights system, how we enforce in some kind of nimble way. We don't really have months and months and months to establish a hearing process and to go through elaborate discussion of water sources and whether or not people should be turning off their pumps when we have a drought that's currently facing us today and people are relying on those water sources. So it's stressed the system in ways that it had not been imagined before. A lot of issues are coming to us now to resolve and to deal with that we just hadn't had to deal with in the 100 years. And so it is creating, there's quite a bit of good dialogue. Like all good emergencies, I think there's a silver lining that at the end of this, we'll have a much better idea going into the next drought, which might be next year or other years, of how to handle the system in a more timely, nimble, and orderly fashion. So that said, the first basic parameter of the water rights system is to cut back in times of shortage. And so the last week has been a very active week for us. We issued a number of curtailment orders. So we sent out letters to more than something about 6,000 people, telling them that they could no longer use one of their water rights or their only water right. In some cases, people have groundwater resources they can turn to. In some cases, this is a water right that is later in time, but they may have had a riparian right or a earlier right that they can rely on. But for some people, this is the only water they have. And so I'll read you the numbers of what we sent out. So in the Sacramento River watershed, bounded by the Pitt River all the way down to the North Delta, there were 5,506 post-1914 water rights. So water rights that came in after the state system in 1914 were curtailed. So in the upper Russian watershed, above the confluence with Dry Creek, we sent out notices to 652 water rights. In the San Joaquin, we sent out, which includes, I should mention, the east side tributaries of Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced, 3,158 water rights. So those are really significant numbers. And as you can expect, sending out that number of water rights has also generated hundreds of calls to the water board with very concerned people. But the simple fact remains that there just isn't enough to go around, and we need to be able to supply the senior water right holders with what they are counting on and have planned for as far as their water rights. These may not be the only curtailments, however, that we're doing. The season is continuing to dry. There are increasing demands by senior water right holders for irrigation primarily, and so it is likely we'll have to go down in many areas to riparian rights and pre-1914 rights. And that's a very scary thought for the state of California, and particularly for those people with those water rights. So
Let me interrupt. When you talk about senior water right holders, you talking about pre-1914 and riparian?
Senior all the way through. You can have, say, in the Russian River, we curtailed post-1954 water rights. So their senior would be 1950, say, versus 1954.
I see.
So it can be a whole spectrum. Generally, riparians are more senior than the pre-1914s and the post-1914s.
But you have the authority to also curtail water rights all the way down to riparian, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So that said, those are the sort of the classic curtailment exercises and activities we've been doing, and those are very significant ones. We also are looking at, we recently passed a set of emergency regs for 3 main tributaries to the Sacramento, the Deer, the Mill, and the Antelope Creek tributaries. These are tributaries with endangered species that were identified by NOAA and Fish and Wildlife as very critical reaches that needed some protection, to a very minimum protection, to get the fish down for the spring runs and looking at the fall runs. And so those regulations established a bare minimum amount of water that was going to be needed for those fishery resources to survive. And so those were approved by Office of Administrative Law on Monday, and the 2 of them, however, had voluntary agreements that were established with the fish agencies and the landowners to reduce voluntarily their diversions to the point where they could realize those flows. There was one of the 3, deer, that was not able to reach agreement on that, so curtailment order for deer will go out today, and that's where we are on that set. On June 17th and 18th, the Division of Water Rights is bringing forward a proposed package of emergency regs on how to deal with statewide curtailments such that we could be a little bit more nimble on the enforcement side of it, and to set the parameters for how we are going to be doing curtailments in order to speed through this process of the drought. And so that will have a lot of discussion points to it, but it will be heard either on the 17th or the 18th. And that will affect statewide curtailments from the rest of the process, and will be used then as we move into the enforcement piece. I should mention, after we send out these curtailment notices, and about a week or 2 after, we begin to do the inspections. And several of the Region 5 staff, Andrew tells me it's 11, of Region 5 staff are going to be helping us with that activity. The Department of Water Resources is also loaning us staff to do that work. The division only has about 110 people. And so as you can guess, for all these activities, 110 people isn't very many, and we really need help to do the enforcement work. So we're very happy and very pleased that Region 5 will loan us some staff, especially it helps with logistics of where we can position those people if we're doing work in the North Valley, if we can use people from the northern part of the region versus the southern. So the governor's legislation provided additional funds, general funds, for us to supplement the activity, and those are the ones that will be used by the Region 5 staff. Carl, you have a question, it looks like.
Yes. So these staff you said will be doing what type of work?
They'll be helping us with inspections to see whether or not, when people have sent us letters back saying, I got the notice, I understand, I am no longer diverting, we go out and we double check to see if that's the case.
I see. Thank you.
I have a question about that. What if people do not have any other sources of water?
And that's really become, as you might expect, the most critical issue. As Jay said, there's a lot that can be done with water markets, with supplies. There's contractual relationships that can happen. I expect there to be a lot of water moving and money moving in the system. But there are some people, and it again gets down to the very basics of location, location, location. Some communities that we are working with do not have a lot of flexibility, money, or infrastructure to make that happen. And I was going to mention, and it's a good time, we are working very closely with the Office of Emergency Services because there are a number of communities, especially the disadvantaged and EJ communities, that don't have the ability or the infrastructure to move that water that they need. So when we curtail them, there's an immediate health and safety need. I don't think any of us believe that turning off the tap completely is the answer. Right now, if people receive those curtailment notices, they're to notify us if that's their only source, that they truly cannot find any other source, that they have no groundwater well, cannot contract for a groundwater well, do not have the ability to buy water on the market. Sometimes it's a matter of cost, sometimes it's a matter of it's just not available. But we'll work with those people to try and figure out the right solution. We do have enforcement discretion, and so it isn't necessarily that it's not like mandatory minimum penalties. So we have enforcement discretion, but those people do need to realize that they don't have a legal right to water. And so we're not talking about golf courses, we're not talking about outside irrigation, we're talking about a very minimal amount that would be allowed just for sanitation and domestic use. So it might be a real, for communities that have not been looking forward, this could be a very rude awakening for them, and it would be very painful.
Then I have another question about curtailments and how you guys, I guess, came about doing that. There are some heavily adjudicated streams and rivers and with already flow requirements, and there were curtailments put on those rivers as well. And I guess there's some question about whether there is authority by the state board to do that, and then what your beliefs are, I guess, by doing so.
Are you referring particularly to the Scott?
No, the Poudre Creek River, Solana Irrigation District.
So there are agreements, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm a geologist, oh my. There are a lot of agreements that people have made amongst themselves that aren't necessarily in line with the state water rights system. And so there are other ones that are adjudicated by courts that we look at and we work within, but for the most part, a lot of those follow water right priorities. There are other court cases that did not include public trust. So people are coming to us with their various agreements, various adjudications. We're looking at all that material as we're making the decisions. So certainly if there are people who feel we've acted in error, we encourage them to come in to talk to us and discuss with us the legal ramifications.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara, so you're a geologist, not an attorney, so I'll ask you an attorney question.
Yeah, low of low, not even an engineer.
Not even an engineer. I love that. The question, though, you talked about public trust issues. Are there public trust issues associated with the groundwaters? Maybe one of our attorneys might be better prepared to answer that. I don't know, but are there?
There are, but you're right. An attorney would be better, and that's probably a whole subject of another day.
Good. I'll ask our attorneys that question.
Okay.
Maybe to come back at a later time.
I
Thank
can
you.
answer that afterwards for you if you'd like.
That
I know the answer to that
You're an engineer, I know.
But she is an engineer, yeah.
So, but Barbara, I did have a question on the timing of all this. Not the timing, the duration. So the curtailments are happening. You're directing folks to stop taking water. We're going to do enforcement. Does that end if we have a wet year, or are we setting precedent for future, or if the drought continues? I mean, do these automatically renew, or next year do you have the same emergency regs? And I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope of in the duration of what you guys are doing?
Certainly. The emergency regs are only good for 270 days because they're emergency regs, so they're not permanent, but they can be renewed if conditions don't improve. So curtailments come off when the supply and demand, as you would guess, the demand goes up in the summer for the irrigation months, and as the dwindling water supplies come down, the snow melt finishes, the lines cross, and that's where we curtail. When the limb goes up on the other side, when it starts to rain and there's less of a demand, then the curtailments will come off. So those they're simply a statement of there isn't enough water for the demand. As demand changes and supply changes, those configurations change. So they aren't permanent. They're only until that those two lines uncross.
And if the lines cross again next year,
We put curtailments back on.
does what you did this year influence next year, or do you have to start over again and look at everything again?
No, we look at all the conditions. We, as Janine said, it was very challenging in the spring months as we got those late pulses of rain. We held off curtailments several times because additional flows were coming in from those storms. So it's a dynamic situation, and it doesn't necessarily, there's no precursor if there's more rain next year and the supply side shows that we've got a different changing condition, then it is all recalculated.
And one of the reasons that I'm thinking about is we're trying to today think about planning, right? What can we do in the future? But it sounds like since every year you just don't know, it would be hard for you guys to plan ahead because you don't know where the line is and what the flows are. Is that true, or is there things that you can do that would guide how much water we know is where, when, or not?
Well, the planning is primarily in terms of, as Jay's worked with us on a number of things, tools that we can better use for next year, different trigger points along the way to have discussions. One of the main issues this year was with the state and federal water projects, how much water should be retained in those projects for health and safety, should there be another dry year? And so those discussions have been evolving all through the year. And I think people feel a lot more knowledgeable and a lot more aware of the need for earlier intervention as to how to do that planning step. And I think as soon as we get our breath towards the end of the summer, beginning of the fall, and look at the next year, I think there'll be a lot of retrospectives of the drought, but there'll also be a lot of very concrete new steps to planning.
I just wanted to say that even a geologist that's not an engineer has a very broad training and a different sense of time, and I think that perspective is particularly important at this point in time, so thank you for that.
Duly noted, Board Member Schneider.
I'll be as old as a tree ring soon, yeah. So I just want to mention a few other parts to what the Division of Water Rights is doing with the drought. As you would expect, people who have permits and licenses, when they're faced with these conditions that they may not have planned for, we're having numerous requests for making changes to permits or licenses as an urgency change to either reprogram water, reprogram fish flows, to preserve more water for domestic use. And so we're seeing people change those those permits and licenses, and they're coming into us for quick action on those, and that's a workload just in itself. There's also the workload with water transfers. As the supplies are scarce, there are people who have water that are willing to sell. There is then a state process for moving that water from where it's being currently used or where it's allowed to be used to other people for their use after sale. And so that is also a very intensive process to make sure, as Vicki mentioned, that there's no harm to other legal users of water in that movement of water or that timing, as well as to fish and wildlife. And so those are key areas for us where we're spending a lot of our time right now.
That's an area that I have very little knowledge of, but it can have, my understanding, it can have impact to fish and wildlife, and possibly other, may have other impacts that we need to be concerned about. But what I've been hearing is that water transfers, particularly when it's, you probably have a term for it, but when A and B are transferring water on a state project and B and C are transferring water on a federal project, that can be a process that literally takes the better part of a year to conclude. And I guess my thought when some folks were describing the issues on water transfers to me is that on the water quality side, certainly we go to general orders. On the water rights side, is this something that could pick up a large part of the water transfers if we, and simplify and expedite the process in particular? Is that something that could be done?
There's a lot of emphasis on streamlining water transfers, as you just said. It's really seen as a way to get the water to those most in need and to restabilize supplies. Only a portion of water transfers go through the State Water Board. The majority of them go through the Department of Water Resources because they are state water project to state water project contractor exchanges or federal to federal. I see Janine creeping towards the microphone. And so a large number of them are in their purview. And we have been meeting for quite a while and working with various groups to look at the streamlining process. One of those main things was to do a consolidated place of use between the federal project and the state project. We completed that recently, and so that allows greater flexibility and less paperwork then for those transfers. Janine, did you want to?
Just to point out that the water code requires us as the owner of a conveyance facility to make available, on subject to space and for compensation, the capacity to wheel water for others. And there are actually several processes that we've been working very hard to coordinate between ourselves, the Bureau, who is another owner of a conveyance facility, and the board with respect to their water rights approval process. We also have to first see that there is capacity, that they're not injuring other uses of water, they're not injuring us as the department by taking water that would otherwise come to our project contractors, and that they have, as a responsible agency for CEQA, that they have the appropriate clearances necessary for that. So it's actually a multi-agency review process that we've been working very hard to coordinate. And in fact, last year the governor issued an executive order, even before this drought emergency proclamation, encouraging us to get together. And we actually worked with all of the potential buyers and sellers early this year to try and get everyone on board with the process that we would be using, and also looking forward to future years, how can we further streamline within the existing legal framework.
And I've heard that, and I don't know if this is true or not, that CEQA is one of the things that takes some time and one of the things that's happened on the water quality side is we can basically streamline CEQA by going to a general order. If they meet certain criteria and fit within that criteria, then it can cut time.
Water rights doesn't have the authority to issue, legal authority to issue general orders.
But we do have, with the governor's proclamation, some CEQA exemptions for the temporary transfers. So that part we've dealt with through the governor's order to some extent. And I just wanted to mention, because it is a concern, obviously, of a lot of communities, when a community finds itself curtailed, or what we've seen already, even before curtailments, are just communities who have run out of water. They just didn't have enough supply. And so we've been working with those communities through the Office of Emergency Services. And that is, I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that there is a very large group of agencies who are very committed to working as fast as possible to get these issues solved. And so we work with Department of Fish and Wildlife, we work with Department of Public Health, we work with with Food and Ag, where the issues relate to them. We work on food bank security issues through the Governor's Drought Task Force. Office of Planning and Research is involved to help bring the communities together. We have a hydropower group that's looking at grid reliability, especially with water cutbacks. That incorporates the Energy Commission, the Independent System Operators, the CPUC. We have the Air Board, CAL FIRE, all looking at the impacts of the drought. And where we have different communities, we often will have very intensive calls to try and work out a solution as fast as possible. We had the City of American Canyon recently. We have Montague currently on the Shasta River that we're working through a solution, particularly with Department of Public Health, to have a new well drilled there for a supply. We've dealt with Redwood Valley on the Russian River, and so all these communities that we've been dealing with, it's been a very hard effort. There are often communities that don't have alternative sources of water supply. They often don't have the finances to make a solution happen, and so they're challenging. But we are very firmly committed as a group to working through those issues. So with that, thank you.
Question?
I have a comment or maybe a question. With all this water, the drought, it's very serious in some communities that have, I don't understand why or who to go to with the source of, I don't have the sources to help the community, why they're allowing, with all this drought mandatory criteria that they're going through, why they're allowing land to be leased or sold for farming for pistachios or whatever, when they take so much water at this time, in this last year and a half or whatever. Why, where does this communities go to when the enforcement is on a community to conserve, and yet all these other sales of land or leasing of lands for farming?
Yeah, I think Sandy might be the best one to talk about that.
So, and I'll address some of this in my comments, but so that we have transitioned more to permanent crops for a variety of reasons over the last several years. Part of that is they're nutritional, and that's what people want to eat. So farmers plant what people want to eat. And a lot of the crops that were put in the last year and a half were put in pursuant to contracts that they'd signed a year and a half before that. They'd already put the investment into the trees, and this is an extraordinary circumstance. There are people who've been cut off from water that never even foresaw they would be cut off for water. So it doesn't mean we don't need to do a better job of managing our scarce resources, but it's not like those folks knew a drought was coming and thought put the water in. I want to clarify a point because I want to go into another point. So the groundwater management activities that the State Water Resources Control Board and the other agencies are working on have nothing to do with drought response. That needs to be clear. When the California Water Action Plan was drafted by the Resources Agency, Cal EPA, and the California Department of Food and Ag, this was a priority of the governors in the state over the next 1 to 5 years as a planning issue. There was a realization, and it has been exemplified during this drought, that we need to better manage our groundwater resources so that we can use them longer, so we have better quality, better quantity, and they're more resilient.
Okay.
So I think what we're seeing now, because of all the pressures, and Pajaro is a perfect example. They had about 8,000 acres of permanent crops. Their local government has stepped in, and they're managing their groundwater. So I think the confluence of pressures that are happening is we are going to see significant changes in the way we discuss these issues and the way communities hopefully look to manage them. And the goal is, the governor says subsidiarity. Let's push it down to the local government, because your local communities are best able to figure out how you need to and want to manage your own groundwater resources.
The reason I'm asking is because the aquifer is, in that community, the aquifer is used by domestic irrigation.
And
so,
I think you made a good transition, Sandy, because we've been talking, quite frankly, about surface water and surface water supplies and restriction of use of those supplies in certain areas, and not about groundwater that Sandra was referring to, and the use of that groundwater. And you pointed upon some of the work that's ongoing now in that direction.
Carl, can I ask a question before Barbara leaves? I don't know if this is a Barbara or Sandy question. I mean, they passed a law a few years ago that you can't build a big development unless you have the water, you know where your water is coming from. Does the same happen for permanent crops? Is there any planning, or if you have,
So
how does that work?
So part of the issue is, and we've been talking a lot about it, the local governments regulate a lot of those issues, and a lot of local government management or land use management plans. Historically, this hasn't been taken into account. So it very varies widely from place to place. It can also vary widely on what your water, and these guys should answer this, on what your water source is, right? If you have an adjudicated basin and it's groundwater, it's going to be different than if it's not an adjudicated basin. If you have surface water supplies and you have limited supplies, it's a different situation. We have such a complex water and regulatory system in California, which is not meant as a criticism. In some ways, it's good. It's not one size fits all. It tries to accommodate the circumstances on the ground.
And Sandy, the issue in Stanislaus County, where in fact the growers were very concerned about new plantings. And would you say that that's an example of where local agencies are beginning to provide oversight? You basically have to show the water.
Chairman, Carl, could we address that? I just want to make sure Barbara needs to take
Oh,
off. That she doesn't have
thank
to
you.
rudely
Well, I
leave the
wanted to
podium.
finish up on this because it gets back to.
Well, I know, but
to-
Sandra's going to be talking.
Let's
in a
let
few minutes.
Sandy answer the question, then we'll go back to Barbara.
So Turlock Irrigation District
Right.
is they've pretty much put on a moratorium unless you can basically show you have the water. So yeah, that is, I think, another example, just like Pajara, we're starting to see folks look at this differently. And I think it's just a function of we're learning more about everything. And we know we have not a lot of water in California, and we've got a lot of uses for it. So it's about managing the system better. And I work for the state, but I'll say this, the Bay Delta Conservation Project, if we had those tunnels now, we'd be in a much better position throughout the state for health and human safety,
We'll get there.
species, and all those issues.
We'll get to you in just a second. Go ahead, Barbara, I'm
So
sorry.
I do think, Janine, you had something? Okay. So that was all I had, so I just wanted to make sure I'd addressed any questions that you had.
Any further questions? We thank you very much.
thanks.
And
I'll
we're
scamper
sorry to
back to the
detain
drought.
you so long.
Thank you.
Undersecretary, Department of Food and Agriculture.
I don't know if you wanted me to address the public trust issue that came up.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I think with respect to groundwater, it's a hot issue as to whether the public trust applies, and really what you're talking about, and there's a case actually ongoing in Siskiyou that's attracted a lot of attention. Really, the public trust applies to the surface waters, and that's clearly where the focus is. The kind of new frontier of public trust is whether that also means that groundwater diversions that directly affect surface waters, whether they're covered by the public trust doctrine. In a local court case that is fairly hotly contested at the state board level, the judge said yes, that type of groundwater extraction is subject to the public trust when it affects the surface waters. I totally expect that to be appealed. Whether the public trust applies more broadly to groundwater resources, I think the courts have generally answered that no, the public trust doesn't apply in that context. But I think you'll note that just about every losing public trust legal brief starts off with the public trust doesn't apply to this particular area. Courts in California in particular have broadened the public trust doctrine quite a bit. Mono Lake started off, no, this definitely doesn't apply here, and that, as we know, changed the equation quite a bit. So I think it's somewhat of an open question when you have very severe resource constraints. The courts generally broaden doctrines like public trust when a state agency is not managing that resource, or when a local agency is not managing that resource. And Member Costantino, with respect to developers need to plan their source of water under CEQA. The same constraints aren't on ag producers. I think banks are certainly taking a harder look at when they approve loans for farmers, whether there's a source of water in there. So that's kind of a market correction that's in the equation. I think a lot of counties and planning agencies, land use planning agencies, and municipalities are really taking a much harder look at this. With respect to groundwater rights as they are in non-adjudicated basins, there is some primacy for municipal water supplies when they supply public water systems. So I think you have a lot of groundwater users looking at the elephant in the room being, well, what if the municipality next door decides to expand and decides to utilize more groundwater? Will we wind up in a litigation context against them, with them arguing that, hey, we're supplying water for people, not to a farm commodity? We are entitled to primacy with respect to the groundwater, and that kind of starts the ball rolling towards a adjudicated basin context, which is, a nightmarishly complicated legal proceeding.
And I just want to say, when I mentioned public trust earlier, I knew I was reaching to some extent, but the integrity of the resource is what I was talking about. Or you can look at subsidence that affects canals or affects sewage lines, and that affects, public investments. Or, and this is where a lot of the adjudications happen, when you have saltwater intrusion because of overdrafting a groundwater basin. So maybe there's a community interest in those types of aspects of groundwater.
Yes.
So, so much has been said that my talking points are just thrown out the door. And some of the stuff's been covered. I'm going to elaborate on some stuff and make some comments, and I might go a little bit free flow here on some of the stuff. So, drought conditions. So there's 5 ratings by USDA. The entire state is in the top 3. Severe, exceptional, extreme. About 25% of the state is in the worst drought category. That's exceptional. That is the entire Central Coast and the southern part of the Central Valley. That is some of our most verdant farmland, not just in California, but in the world. So one of the things that has happened through the Drought Task Force is public health and safety uses of water, drinking water, fire, basic uses like that, not watering lawns and stuff like that, have been prioritized and continue to be. So I get concerned when people say things along the lines of it's going to a farm commodity and not to people. That isn't how we have prioritized or prioritize our actions. And I used to tell folks years and years ago I didn't have a lot of attachment to ag, but I eat and I wear clothes. So we should all be mindful that it's not an industrial commodity we don't need. It's like the air and water we breathe. And it's very important to the state and all of us. And California leads in specialty crop production, 50% of all, and you guys know this, but just in context of everything, of all the fruits, nuts, and vegetables consumed in the U.S. come from California. And that's the stuff we talk about when we talk about dealing with obesity and having healthy diets and strong minds and strong bodies. And we grow those, because you guys know, because we have a unique type of climate and some of the best soil in the world. So we have to, as we go forward, try to work with farmers and communities and find the right balance so that we can continue feeding ourselves and helping feed a burgeoning population. Because if we are going to feed 220 or 240,000 new mouths every day, California really right now in the current condition of the world is part of the solution. And I personally hope we will stay part of that solution. So I want to talk a little bit about the University of California Davis study, and I do want to say that the University of California partnered with CDFA to fund the study. So it's been jointly funded, and we greatly appreciate their doing that with us. And it's been a very quick timeline, so I really want to thank Dr. Lund and Dr. Richard Howitt, who's not here, for letting us push them very hard and very fast on some of this stuff. There are some caveats it's important to understand. So this was a picture in time as of April 18th, 2014. That's when the most recent water decisions up to that and knowledge up to that point. It's only the Central Valley. So there have been additional water decisions which will likely change the future results of the study. It's only irrigated agriculture in the Central Valley. It's not livestock, it's not dairy, it's not processing facilities. So that's not getting captured at this point. The final study that we're hoping to get beginning to mid-July will be expanded further throughout the state. It'll cover the Central Coast, it'll cover South Coast, Imperial, Coachella, There will be additional detail will be offered even in the Central Valley. It's a regional analysis at this point, and they're going to go into sub-regional analyses for us. They will be also layering on, they're doing, and to me this is important because we know we're going to have additional droughts, unfortunately. They're truth checking their models, and they're using a combination of models against satellite data and working with DWR, and that will help tell us how accurate those models are, so that if we need, we can use those models with a greater degree of certainty for future projections and for planning in the future. So it's a very important for us tool. It's helping guide the state and will help us further refine where we're putting forward resources and efforts. It's looking at the socioeconomic effects of the drought on agriculture and agricultural communities, which is important. We've got some questions like, what about recreational lake communities? It doesn't cover that. It is very focused on the effects on agriculture and those communities. So there's 7 million acres of irrigated farmland in the Central Valley, and there've been, so much of this has been said. There have been a lot of changing dynamics, and I'm going to again talk about, it's not just that we're growing more permanent crops, but we are growing a lot more permanent crops throughout the state. A lot of that is because it's got a good economic rate of return. But if you think of almonds, one of our top products, the demand for almonds within the United States and around the world has just skyrocketed, and you really can't get them anywhere else. 95% of processing tomatoes in the country come from California. So there's been a lot of changes over the last several years which hardens water demand, which you guys all know. So there are places where cropping patterns have changed and water demand is hardened. And we've also, in the state, our farmers have done a really good job at ag water use efficiency. And I'm going to give you some DWR statistics, because what it's doing, and it's an example of how the resources are getting tighter and tighter, and the need for all of us to work together, the communities, ag, the EJ communities, the urban communities, and figure out how we're going to manage this complex system to really meet the needs that we're all trying to meet together. So between 1967 and 2010, ag, the value of ag went from about 20 billion to about 38 billion. The total agricultural applied water during that same time period decreased by 20%. So the ag land base has decreased over that time also, but not by 20%. So the economic efficiency of ag water use, according to DWR, since then, ag water use efficiency has doubled. So, and that points to a couple different things. We're using our water more efficiently, and the farmers are also growing crops that the demand for the crops that California farmers are growing is raising at the same time. There's also in the DWR's 2013 California Water Plan, they've started talking about water and where it goes in a different way, which I found really interesting. They're talking about applied water, and they separate out urban, agriculture, wild and scenic rivers, delta outflow, and a variety of other environmental concerns. And what it shows us, there's historically been this 80% figure. Ag uses 80% of water. Actually, about 10% of applied water goes to urban, about 41% goes to ag, and about 48% goes to environmental uses, so that we have a better picture of how we're using our water. That doesn't mean we're using it better or we're using it worse, but again, we're getting more details so that we have a better understanding, and it's helping us in figuring out the different things that we're concerned about. So one of the things, I was asked to talk about some of the concerns and some of the things we're seeing due to the drought. What we're seeing is we are seeing folks that are transferring their water use from to their permanent crops. So if you're growing melons this year, that's a crop that comes and goes. You're not using your water on the melons, you're using it on your almonds or pistachios or your avocados or your grapevines or all of those trees. So we're seeing a huge transference of some of those types of things.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you better add walnuts to that list.
And walnuts, I'm so sorry. There's another one I should be mentioning too. I'm like, there's two I missed. What are they?
Walnuts was a bad one to miss, though.
I know. But if I hadn't said almonds, somebody would have been upset. Not, okay. So we're seeing a lot of transfer in that. We're seeing folks like processing tomatoes. The reason I brought that up is it's a very high value crop. So folks who don't have a lot of water, what we learned during droughts is they'll change contracts and they'll shift their own growing patterns, right? They'll grow something in a different area than they normally would have if they have the room. So we're seeing a lot of that. We're also learning that the effects on agriculture, what the UC Davis study shows is agriculture as a whole in California is going to be okay. And that's really important because we've been talking to bankers and stuff too. And one of the concerns of ag is maintaining their markets. And as the drought builds up, there has been some jitteriness in international markets and by purchasers, because if they don't think California ag is going to be there for them, they'll go find somewhere else that will be there, and that doesn't mean they're going to come back in a year or two when we get enough water to water the plants. So that has been a huge concern of our ag interests. Carl, do you have a question?
No, I don't. Go ahead.
Okay.
Do I look like I do?
Yeah, you're leaning forward expectantly. Another concern of our agricultural producers is reduced production capacity and quality. So let's think of almonds. One of the things we've learned is you can do deficit irrigation for almonds. What that will happen in the first year is you'll get less quality and less quantity. In the second year, the effects are even more severe, and the more years you do that, the more damage it does to the tree. So that right now is an effect we're seeing on both quality and quantity. They're also concerned about supply reliability, and I'm going to talk strawberries. So strawberries in Ventura County, there's some concern with some of those growers because it's groundwater. The groundwater levels are down, and there's some water quality concerns, saltwater intrusion. So they're concerned about their crops there. Now, they will likely have a different impact there than they will in the Salinas Valley area, but that's a community impact that's going to be significant for the farm workers in the communities, the folks that rely upon their business, and for the farmers going forward if it causes enough damage in the future. And when I say supply reliability, I meant to start with something Dr. Richard Howitt has been saying as he's been giving briefings with Dr. Lund on the UC Davis study. It is really all about the water. And we have learned that you can't talk about groundwater separate from surface water. And in drought years, 60% of the water comes from groundwater. And that's one of the reasons we talk about recharging groundwater and conjunctive use. And there's some really interesting projects out there. So I have a lot of high hope for conjunctive use. And it's not only in adjudicated basins either. So Don Cameron, who's a farmer in the Central Valley, works with the Fresno Irrigation District, and he plants his permanent crops certain times a year because he's worked that out with the district, and he's trying to demonstrate that you can actually grow those crops and recharge groundwater at the same time. So that is an example of conjunctive use management that is a very positive thing that we see right now. These farmers are also concerned about their families because a lot of them live on the farms. So if you don't have groundwater on your farm, and the Fryan area, you guys all know, is an area of particular concern because they have very junior water rights. There's not a lot of water left to transfer. So if you don't have water if there's no water to go to someone, in some places, folks, they are concerned about drinking water, and DPH and State Water Resources Control Board and our federal partners are making sure that folks can get public health and safety and drinking water. But the farmers live in these communities too, so they are very concerned about their families having quality drinking water and an adequate supply. And then groundwater availability, I assume there will be questions about that. And this is not, on my point of view, this is not not a judgment. Farmers are concerned about water rights in a variety of ways. They are concerned that they want certainty. They have folks that invest in them. And whenever they don't know in advance with enough time whether or not they're going to have water, it creates uncertainty as to what they're going to plant, when they're going to plant. It creates uncertainty in the world of bankers. But we do have a water rights system that's based on priority. So when you talk about, and I'm going to step back to the California Water Action Plan, that is a broad mandate. And what the governor said to the agencies at that point is, what do we need to do in 1 to 5 years? What can I do in this administration to make sure that our water system, surface water and groundwater system, is in the place it needs to be and resilient going forward? And part of that has been groundwater management, and we're seeing those efforts now. Part of it and it's not the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, because that's not going to get done in 1 to 5 years. Part of it is looking at groundwater recharge. We have huge potentials for groundwater recharge. Are there smaller scale regional projects that we can put in that would be storage projects that would be helpful? There's a variety. Water use efficiency for urban and for ag is part of that equation. Clean drinking water for some of our communities that are most challenged. So, and the farmers are part of all of that equation, but ag is scared right now because they don't have water. And when you talk about water rights or groundwater management, folks are scared. They're very afraid that some of what might be going on is during this drought, the State Water Resources Control Board is going to come in and say, don't pump. And that's not what the groundwater management effort is about. It's about something that started before the emergency was declared and figuring out going forward what do we need to do. But this drought really brings to the fore the fact that we do need to manage our resources better. So if we manage them better, if there's another drought, then maybe the impacts aren't as severe throughout the state. Or if we have dry years that last for 1 to 3 or 4 years, maybe we can manage those supplies better. Maybe there isn't as many land fallowed. Maybe we don't have to ship. I mean, we're piping water from one community to another. There's a lot of emergency projects going on just to make sure that people get enough drinking water. So we really do have to take steps to manage our system.
When you talk about certainty, Vicki showed the picture of the farmer in Tulare County who didn't want the state getting involved. Apparently, even local agencies, from what I understand. I read that article too.
Mm-hmm.
Yet we have districts that have been very conscientious on water banking, have really tried to put water in the ground, and then what they see on their periphery. It's folks coming in and putting wells in and basically mining their best efforts that they've invested a tremendous amount into, giving their growers less certainty on a future water supply. But isn't that part of the equation too?
So there have been numerous discussions about groundwater management, and in all the ones I've been in, across the board, there's an acknowledgement that you have to manage the water, in general, sub-basin level, because that's what can happen, right? Somebody can pump a lot. You can have a perfectly good well. Somebody, like I think you said municipality earlier, they can start pumping and you lose access to your water. The farmers, they do want to know that they have access to their groundwater also. I think it's just, from a farmer's point of view, that we have about 80,000 farmers out there, right? They're in the middle of a drought right now. They're just scared, a lot of them in certain parts of the state, whether or not what's going to happen over the next year, much less if it goes another year. So then you talk about groundwater management, and you talk about all these other things. And it's one thing for us who do this day in and out to be thinking about this. These are farmers who farm. They've got organizations, and those organizations need to be reaching out to their farmers. But it's a complex discussion we're having about groundwater management. So I'm not surprised you see farmers on the front page of a newspaper occasionally that are opposed to groundwater management because they think that somebody's going to come in today and stop them from farming.
I have a couple questions. Vicki talked a little bit about stormwater and recapturing that stormwater and being able to use it. There's certainly a huge potential for ag in that role to capture stormwater. And when we got those late February, early March storms, it was a little frustrating for me driving to our farm to see water just running off of the orchards or the fields into the rivers when we should be capturing that water and trying to infiltrate it into the groundwater. And what can we do? What are some activities that maybe CDFA is involved with or other people are involved with to help encourage growers or encourage farming practices to allow more infiltration during storm events?
So, wow, that's such a complicated question. So in different areas, we've been working with different farmers on the ground. So CDFA has, Don Cameron's been out there, but we've been trying to meet with farmers and figure out what different circumstances on the ground are working and how we can take that level of knowledge and transmit it to other farmers so that they can see it does work. And I've actually recently was talking with Don Cameron. He's having trouble convincing folks that see him farm, and he's a very successful farm, that they also can do some of the practices that folks want to see. So I think when you talk about some of the recycled water policies, that is one effort to increase the amount of water we're recycling and reusing. But so farmers sort of do that anyway when you think about it. Not all the water that goes on a farm disappears. Some goes in your food, right? Some goes up into the air, but most of it either goes back into surface water or it goes back into groundwater. One of the things we have talked about is, do we have an infrastructure that allows us to do that? Because historically we haven't. And Richard Howard once told me that, we can move water in certain directions. We need to be able to move it in both directions. And he said, our infrastructure isn't set up that way. So what I hope, and what the board does, and wise engineers and geologists and people. I am an attorney and with a master's in philosophy, so I'm not an engineer, but that folks are thinking beyond more than just typical storage projects and asking the question about the type of infrastructure we really need in a variety of different ways to make these things happen. Did that answer your question at all, Jenny?
Yeah, to a degree. My other question, I guess, would be about the current effort underway, or I guess there's quite a few different efforts underway to look at groundwater statewide or regionally. What role has CDFA been in those? I think you guys had a board meeting. The state
Yes.
board had a meeting.
Yeah. So there have been cross-agency discussions. This is the groundwater management discussion. Again, cross-agency discussions, Resources Agency, Cal EPA, CDFA have been in, I think DPH has been in those discussions. So we've been part of all of the discussions and active with our sister agencies and continue to be active with the sister agencies and giving them feedback. The goal really is to build a structure where you give locals the tools and powers and authorities they need on the ground to manage their groundwater on a sub-basin basis, and have the State Water Resources Control Board step in as a backstop when they can't, when they don't, or when they won't, and when the circumstances is of a condition where it's necessary to step in. So we have been part of those discussions. I've been really impressed through the drought and through a lot of these discussions about how hard Fish and Wildlife, DWR, State Water Resources Control Board, and all those guys are trying to balance this interest. This is they're really threading the head of a really, really tiny needle here. So I know not everybody's happy, but I would encourage people to please engage in the groundwater management discussion. I do think it's likely to happen. There is momentum. There is near unanimity that it needs to happen, even if people don't agree on how. So however you as individuals or board members participate, I think that's a critical discussion to be part of.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carl?
Yes, Bob.
Sandy, thanks for the way you framed this, too. Farming's a part of who we are. It does provide our products that we eat and wear. But it's also, in California, I think it's just an important part of the landscape. And I often point to rice growing here in the Sacramento Valley, and I know the Sacramento Valley best. And their partnership with not just growing rice, but providing important habitat for waterfowl, it's been, we wouldn't have ducks to talk about if it weren't for the rice folks, I think. And a lot of their water, too, it goes from one field to the other, it goes back in the river. And they've actually done a tremendous job on water quality, addressing those issues. They knew they had to, but they also were very proactive about stepping up and making sure that happened. So there are success stories. Yolo County in and of itself is quite a success story. I think the Yolo County Flood Control Water Conservation District is managed by Tim O'Halloran, and they've really stepped up their groundwater monitoring and management, and they're continue to look at ways to do conjunctive use. And there's a water project with two of the local cities, Davis and Woodland, that would draw in wet years or when water is available from Sacramento River. And anytime you can supply that additional water, it relieves pressure from pumping on groundwater. And so that helps our farming community also. And actually, that's a direct example of urban areas helping the ag community by offsetting that water that they would otherwise be pumping. The other things I think that you talked about, certainty in the system, and I know when I was a builder and developer how important that was about the rules not changing in the middle of a job. And I think that what you're talking about here is exactly that, is farmers are contracting to grow crops either with the people who are going to produce that crop at the back end or the banks at the front end, and then the rules change in the middle, and that's pretty scary. And the other word used that I really appreciate is resiliency. How do we maximize the resiliency in California's water system over time? And that's, I think if we judge projects and rules and regulations in that context, we're going to come up with a pretty good answer. Lastly, the downside of this is if we don't do anything, this is going to be a lot like in the 1800s when they were building levees, and whoever could afford to build the highest levee won. And I don't think we want to live in that kind of world right now. So thank you and in fact for that entire panel for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
We've had a great panel and really appreciate your efforts. Are there any further questions from members of the board? John?
Just to thank you. That's all.
And there's a million more questions, but we have to, from me, but we've got to move on. So, yes, I know. Thank you. I have a card from.
Dr. Longley?
Yes, ma'am.
We still have more speakers. That wasn't our only panel.
Oh, you got another panel?
Yes, dear.
Well, I have a card here from David Corey, but.
We have.
Well, can we take just a
next panel.
quick break, Carl?
Yeah, let's do a quick break and then we'll take the next panel. A 5-minute break. I'm sorry. Okay. Good.
That was the warning thumb. I'm sorry? That was your warning thumb.
I'm sorry. Warning. My warning, yeah. Okay, Andrew, who do we have on this panel?
Dr. Longley, on this panel we have Ken Landau and Clay Rogers, and then Debbie Webster from Civiqua, Tim Johnson from the California Rice Commission, Dave Orth with the Kings River Conservation District, and Omar Carrillo with the Community Water Center. So I think they can all come up this time.
This is the order from here.
Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Ken Landau, and sometimes known as Mr. Victoria Whitney. I'm here to talk about surface water impacts and discharges, really not just on POTWs, but also on our other discharges.
And by the way, to clear the record, you never told me that I had to be careful how long I let
I know
Vicki
that,
talk.
but you'll note my wife is not in the room while you're correcting the record. To state probably the obvious biggest impact from a drought is it's raining less. We have lower river flows, lower lake and reservoir levels, the ground is drier, and there's less groundwater recharge. There's less snow, and with that less snow means the runoff is warmer, so our lakes and rivers are warmer. The snow is also very important in that it basically forms a reservoir in and of itself. On a wet year, it's a reservoir equivalent to the rest of the man-made reservoirs combined. So it can change the timing and runoff of the water within the state, which is very significant for reservoir operations. Warmer waters are very hard on our cold water fish. They're called cold water fish because they not only like cold water, but they cannot breed, they will not migrate in warmer waters, and warmer waters will kill them. The warmer the water gets, the less dissolved oxygen it will hold. Also, the warmer the water is, the faster the microbial activity takes place. That's why we put our food in a refrigerator to cool it down to slow the microbial action. So when water gets warmer, the microbes consume the organic matter quicker, consume the oxygen quicker. So the combination of those factors means we often have less dissolved oxygen in our rivers and lakes when they are warmer. One of the effects that Clay will be talking about, is the groundwater level goes down, but there is an important interaction between groundwater and surface water. In a lot of, historically at least, the groundwater was high enough that the groundwater would move into the rivers, at least seasonally. With the groundwater levels down, the gaining streams now become losing streams, so there are lower flows in many of our rivers. Sometimes they're dry, whereas they used to be flowing year-round, which means the rivers are warmer because the groundwater tends to be cool, and that groundwater is no longer coming in. And a very important effect is that even rivers that used to go dry in terms of the surface flow often had deep pools fed by groundwater. And these pools would be cold, so the trout and other fish could over summer in those pools. With the groundwater dropping, those pools no longer have water in them, so we have losing some very critical fish habitat. You may have seen Lake Shasta recently on the tours out of the during the Reading board meeting. You get a very large bathtub ring around the reservoirs. This exposed dirt is very susceptible to erosion when it rains again and anytime the wind blows. Also, we know that dirt that has mercury in it that's exposed to the air for a while, when it gets wet again, there's a very high level of methylization of the mercury. That mercury moves into the water column, moves through the food chain, and moves into the fish. That happens all the time, but it's going to be worse with the more extreme reservoir level changes with the drought. A couple other things about reservoirs. First, cold water pool. A deep reservoir is not homogeneous. It's not the same throughout its depth. You wind up with cold water sinking to the bottom, warm water at the top. This cold water pool at the bottom is very important for fisheries management downstream of the reservoir. The dams are built often so that they can control whether they're releasing warm or cold water downstream. So when you have cold water fish in the rivers downstream, they will manage the reservoirs to control the temperature downstream by releasing either warm or cold water. When you've had a drought, there's simply less water in those reservoirs, and you generally do not have a cold water pool. Another thing is that the warm and cold water, this is a very stable situation for long periods of time. There's a very clear demarcation when you go between these two layers. And the cold water Tends to be very low in oxygen because it's not exposed to the air. It's deep, so there's no photosynthesis going on. It's dark. And all the debris at the top goes down and basically rots in the bottom. So it's also very low in dissolved oxygen. And you have a phenomena called lake turnover. And it's a natural thing, and it's not just related to the drought, but it happens more during a drought when lake levels are lower. Wind or currents will suddenly cause this stable situation to mix. And you have this cold, nutrient-rich, low-oxygen water mixing up into the warm water. You get algae blooms, which are nuisance conditions. Your dissolved oxygen plummets, and you can often have fish kills and odors and other very bad things associated with this. Again, a natural process, but it's one that happens more often when you have a drought situation. I've mentioned erosion, and I'm going to mention it several more times. Why are we worried about it? The dirt, the sediment itself changes the stream bottom characteristics. Trout, salmon like clean gravels. If you bury them, the bottoms in mud and silt, you have buried the insects. You've turned it into a area that the salmon do not want to breed in. It increases the stream turbidity, which is an aesthetic issue and affects some types of wildlife. And then the dirt is not just dirt, it often carries pollutants like metals and pesticides and nutrients with it. That's why in many of our non-point source programs, we're working on erosion control, sediment control, to deal with these other pollutant issues. And then once you've had the erosion, it's harder for vegetation to reestablish itself to stabilize the erosion problems. There are certainly impacts of the drought that go far beyond just water quality. There are economic impacts. The most obvious, if there's less water, you often have to fallow land, so you're not having the crops, you're not having the jobs. Any industry that depends on good quality water or just water can be impacted. There's less opportunity for hydropower production, so you have to go to alternative energy sources. And then if you have a lake that's almost dry, your opportunities for fishing, skiing, boating are reduced. Fish and Wildlife closed a number of rivers to fishing because basically to protect the fish that are there. And then if you run a motel, a grocery store, ski rental, or something that depends on that kind of activity, you have an economic impact to those sectors also. Timber, and actually I didn't have it down on the screen, but there are long-term impacts of a drought. That was mentioned with the beetles. When the timber is damaged, they are more susceptible to diseases and insects, and that is a kind of a forever change to that forest. Trees do not heal well. Certainly there is an increase in wildfires because of the dry vegetation. The numbers of fires have increased greatly, so it reduces the vegetation. If the fires are hot enough, it will destroy the organic layer of soil, so revegetation is a very, very long issue. Increased erosion, the runoff itself when it occurs is toxic, and staff spends a lot of time on post-fire response, and that can go on for months or years on fires, trying to stabilize the situation, not to prevent but to minimize the water quality impacts, and that's staff diverted from other activities. Either because of fires or just because it's rained less, there's less vegetation, so there's less forage for either the natural animals or the animals that are brought into the foothills and forests for grazing. So there's the potential for overgrazing, and therefore, again, increased chance for erosion of the soil from wind and rain, higher peak runoffs because there's no vegetation to hold the water, and therefore the chances of flood when it does rain. The ground and the creeks are not shaded as they had been, so that water is again warmer. And because the water, it moves off rapidly, what water that does fall does not infiltrate as much, so again, it impacts the groundwater recharge. Moving to sewage treatment plants, we are all probably in some way conserving, which does reduce the wastewater flow in the sewage treatment plants, concentrates the wastewater. Either a lot or a little. So there's the increased potential for effluent violations. We are looking at this point at some possible permit changes, and there are opportunities sometimes to change interim effluent limits or performance-based final effluent limits where we were granting dilution. So there's a response that we'd have, and that takes staff time to do that.
So Ken, and I'm sure Debbie will get to this, but those responses are upon renewal to build in for future? There's
No, they can be done at any time.
Okay.
Permits can be reopened if there are changes in basically the underlying facts. That doesn't always mean we can change it, and it's actually a slide a few farther. If the water effluent limits are necessary to protect a specific beneficial use, we may not have the legal ability to relax limits in response to changing effluent conditions. That's a case-by-case determination. It takes a while to process a permit, either WDR or an NPDES permit, so there may be problems for a number of months before this board could act, if in fact we can legally act to make a change in the permit. Lower wastewater flows. If you're a land disposal facility, one of the biggest issues you have is containment of that wastewater on land. If your influent flows are down and it's not raining and it's warmer, your risk of overflows is reduced. So not all things are bad with a drought. If, however, you're an NPDES discharger and the river you are discharging to has reduced flow in it, you may have a problem right now, or that reduced flow may become part of the next permitting action in how we assess the dilution.
As we work on water conservation for municipalities, maybe Debbie will address this, I don't know, but are we seeing higher BOD loads?
Yes, and I believe she has some very nice little charts on
I'll
that.
wait for that.
We are expecting increased demand, and we have seen some of it, increased demand for recycled water. Large recycled water projects are not an immediate fix because it takes a long time to plan and finance and build them. But there are opportunities for, you know, the vineyard right next door to the sewage treatment plant type thing. And the state board's general waste discharge requirements that they just adopted both we have to have less staff time to do that, and we can respond much more rapidly than adopting individual orders. We can exercise enforcement discretion if there's a need for recycled water and it looks completely safe for the environment and public health. We can decide to let them go ahead and do it and not take enforcement. We don't like doing that generally, and very often the dischargers will not proceed with the project under those conditions, but it is an option we can use sometimes. Clean Water Act.
And Ken, sorry, on that enforcement discretion, is that they would still be in violation, but we would not pursue enforcement action, or would we be giving them some sort of blanket exception ahead of time?
Probably depends a little bit on the circumstances, but I'm basically talking about a situation where we can't, there's no way of saying, yes, you're legal. It's basically saying, yeah, you don't have the permits you should have, but because it's well planned and executed and not causing a problem, we will choose not to enforce, and we will get you a permit as quickly as we can. And again, that's not something we like doing on a regular basis, which is why we're very happy the state board has given us a rapid permitting option. NPDES, the Clean Water Act. Even if we feel the recycled water project is not a water quality problem, if it involves a discharge to the surface water, that is something we cannot waive. Even if we choose not to enforce, they would be subject to third-party act lawsuits. So that's an issue that we have to be very clear on, and that's probably an area we would not want to give anybody the idea they can proceed with the project because they're at legal exposure. And you've already heard about Water Code Section 1211. For irrigated lands program, reduced water supply means fewer crops. Fallow land has increased erosion potential. There has been actually some discussion of irrigated lands fees. We've had some people telling us that, well, we're not irrigating this year, so We don't need to pay fees. We don't need to be in a coalition. And the program is not set up to have fields go in and out of the program on an annual basis. If you actually are stopping irrigating that land forever, that's a different issue. And we do have the one example that we did when we adopted the Rice General Waste Discharge requirements. We have built into that if there is a large enough decrease in rice acreage, there are certain submittals that will be delayed that should not have a water quality impact. And my mouse is someplace else, apparently. Urban runoff. Again, not everything's bad. In Southern California, where urban runoff is a very big deal in terms of particularly coliform and trash at the beaches, the fact that it has been raining less in the last few years has given them some of the best quality water, the fewest violations at the beaches they've had in quite a while. Impacts actually on the water board. Barbara Evoy mentioned that we have a number of staff that will be working with the Division of Water Rights, and we're talking about full-time for like 6 months, and then potentially being involved in follow-up testifying on enforcement cases. So this is a large commitment that will take people away from other activities. I've already mentioned the post-fire response, the increased recycling, and that involves working with the dischargers on project reviews, waste discharge requirements, either the general order or whatever other action we take. If it involves construction, there's stormwater inspections, water quality certifications, any number of things with those types of projects. And again, permit modifications, we'll need to be looking at the possibility of relaxing limits if it's possible, but there are a number of ways in which we could wind up with more stringent limits. First off, with a more concentrated effluent, there may be more things that have a reasonable potential to cause a problem, so you may wind up with more effluent limits because of the conservation and the drought. The river flows will be less, so we may have less dilution available in the future, which would translate to more stringent effluent limits. The rivers themselves may be more concentrated with materials, so there may be less assimilative capacity within that river, which again translates into more stringent effluent limits. I've mentioned a number of times about the waters being warmer. Well, one of the things we look at is, in most cases, a sewage treatment plant discharge is warmer than the receiving water, and there's an assimilative capacity for heat, just like there is for copper or anything. So we have a few treatment plants now that actually have effluent coolers that they use, at least seasonally. And with the waters warming up, if this drought continues for a long time, we may wind up with more wastewater treatment plants having to deal with that as an issue. Bottom line is, because of the drought, particularly if we start into the 120-year drought, among many issues we will have will be potential needs for perhaps some substantial upgrades of wastewater treatment plants. But that is a case-by-case evaluation. And with that, we can either have questions now or have Clay continue with the groundwater side of this.
I'll encourage board members to ask questions as we go along, and I think we've been doing that. Unless there's questions now, let's go to Clay.
Well, I guess it's afternoon now, so good afternoon, Chairman Longley,
Well,
and members of the board.
you remind me of that, and if there are no objections, we will continue on to the end of this panel and actually this agenda item, and take a break for lunch and come back after that. Are there any objections to doing that?
I was going to suggest we reset the clock to 11 o'clock. And adjourn at
We'll
12.
reset the clock.
Dr. Longley, this will be the only item for the day.
Okay, so I order the executive officer to reset the clock. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in your Fresno office, and I'm here today to provide an overview of the drought's impacts on groundwater and our permitted discharges. I want to emphasize that groundwater interactions are complex, and that the impacts that we're going to actually observe are going to vary from place to place. I hope not to be too repetitive with what some other people are going to do, but actually I haven't seen anybody do it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the groundwater cycle, and then I'm going to talk about some of the significant potential impacts that we could see. Okay, there, I'm at the right slide. This depiction of the groundwater cycle is a figure Department of Water Resources refers to and is actually a pretty good characterization of the Central Valley. The blue stippled areas on the side of the box are the aquifers below the ground surface, and the light brown area on the side of the box is the unsaturated zone above the aquifer, or what's commonly called the vadose zone. On the sides of the box, the downward arrows, now circled in red, are the sources of recharge to the groundwater. If I can get the pages apart, I'll be... And the upward arrows are the discharge or removal of groundwater from the system. And this is a very simple conceptual model of a pretty complex issue. The problem is that during a drought in the Central Valley, the additions of water to the aquifer are decreased, and the removals are increased to replace that surface water supply. This leads to a host of issues, and my comments will be limited to just a few. I think Ken covered some of the more general aspects, but I'll talk some of the specific challenges our dischargers will have. The first impact I want to discuss is a drop in groundwater levels. It needs to be realized that impacts caused by drought, again, are complex and interrelated. The groundwater levels drop because of overdraft, where more water is removed than replenished, and this has been an issue in many areas of the region for many years, as the picture on the right shows. And this is prior to the current drought and shows the period in the Central Valley that water levels dropped up to 9.2 feet per year for the period from October of 2003 through March of 2009. So that basically was the end of the 2007 to 2009 data. During a drought, surface water availability is reduced and the groundwater pumping is increased, so again, this problem is exacerbated. The drop in water levels leads to a number of problems. The first one I'll talk about is the fact that you can have wells actually going dry. In the case of our dischargers, the probability of shallow monitoring wells going dry where we're monitoring first encountered groundwater is actually pretty high, and this brings with it a significant cost as they have to upgrade their monitoring systems, drill deeper wells to bring them up to our standards. It also can lead to water supply wells needing to be deepened or new wells drilled. Just drilling a deeper well is not always an answer, particularly for large agriculture or municipal water supply wells. In many parts of the valley, as we go deeper into the aquifer, you run into other problems such as arsenic. You know, they talked a little bit about the foothills this morning. In the foothills, you're in a fracture-controlled aquifer. Those fractures actually tend to close up as you get deeper, typically. So if you don't hit water by several hundred feet, the overburden starts to become so much that the fractures actually close, and at a certain point, you get diminished returns, typically. So, you know, when you deplete the water that's available to you shallow in the bedrock, you're not going to find it deeper, more likely. If you're on areas of the east side of the valley where the aquifer is relatively shallow, you may actually run into bedrock again. If the water levels drop so that you can't produce it, you always have the problem that can that activity even be carried on? And then if you go deeper into the aquifer, you go from the oxidized portion to the reduced portion of the aquifer, arsenic starts to become a real problem. If you actually go deep enough into the aquifer, in most parts of the valley, we actually have a saltwater, freshwater interface down there, and you can actually start to produce poorer quality water, which again exacerbates the problem. This drop in surface flows and the drought is going to lead to and decrease in precipitation leads to a decrease in the recharge of high-quality groundwater to the aquifers. This leads to less dilution and also a greater portion of the recharge being from other sources of water supplied or discharge, which are going to be of poor quality. These other sources of recharge, again, typically are of lesser quality and leads to an overall increase in groundwater quality and a reduction in assimilative capacity. Ultimately, it means that a discharge that might meet receiving water limits during wetter periods may no longer comply with those limits. The situation potentially leads dischargers having to spend considerable effort and time and money to modify their discharge practices, such as greater treatment or increase in the size of a land application area. As water levels drop and pumping of deep wells increases, shallower groundwater that we typically see poorer quality is going to be drawn deeper into the aquifer and may provide a larger portion of the water that is supplied to a water production well, which leads to an overall decrease in groundwater quality. This has issues for a discharger, as a poor quality source water leads to discharges of poorer quality effluent, which leads to more difficulty in meeting the effluent and groundwater receiving water limits. The exceedance of a receiving water limit in groundwater may take considerable time to materialize because of that delay from what happens on the surface to actually see the impact of groundwater. And I also want to say the reduction of groundwater quality is not going to only impact our dischargers, but it's going to affect the public as a whole. Anybody that's dependent on groundwater, municipal water supplies, the actual use of this water for irrigation, as that water gets a poor quality, they're going to come up against challenges of making sure that that water meets their needs. I'm going to talk a little bit about subsidence. Vicki actually showed this slide as this picture as part of her presentation. It's a historic picture taken about 1977. You can see 1977 at the bottom, 1955 in the middle, 1925. Again, it's out by Mendota. It basically shows the amount of subsidence that occurred in that 52-year period, primarily before the introduction of surface water on the west side of the valley through the State Water Project. But you can see again, this is a problem we've dealt with for many, many years. And it occurs when dropping water levels reduces the pore pressure, basically changing the effective stress in subsurface materials and leads to compaction of those materials. It's primarily the fine-grained materials that compact. We don't see it in the sandier soils. You can think of some of these clays kind of as a house of cards, and then when it collapses, it does do that.
Be interesting to go back to that same place and redo that picture today with a 2014 on there.
It would be very interesting.
And I presume 2014 would be considerably below 1977.
I would believe that would be a safe assumption. Subsidence has some major impacts. The first one is surface structures such as buildings, waste containment structures, wells, pipelines, and the like can be damaged. This is particularly true if we get differential subsidence, if it varies in amount from place to place. If the whole area were to drop consistently the same amount would be one thing. Another concern that we have to be, or another issue we have to be concerned about is that portions of canals or a water conveyance system that is very complex, where we have settlement in certain parts of that, our ability to move water from place to place becomes diminished. It also significantly increases our risk of floods, because if our levees and whatnot have a low spot, if we actually were to have a very wet year next year and the levees have not been repaired, the probability that those levees would be overtopped, it would not take as much flow as it would if they were at their original elevation. So considerable efforts going into keeping these levees at the appropriate elevation. But it also has the problem that it actually destroys the flow mechanics of how the water moves. It makes erosion and some of those things much more. Another one, and it was touched on just a little bit, is that when we have that compaction of the subsurface materials, we're increasing the porosity, or decreasing the porosity, decreasing the void space. And so we're actually reducing the amount of water that can be held. That will be lost forever. There is no way to get that back. So even if water levels come up at some point in the future, we're not going to get as much water in the subsurface. We're not going to be able to produce as much water from that same volume of sediments. In summary, the drought, the effects of this drought are going to be significant, even if next year brings a lot of precipitation. And some of the effects will be long-lasting. These effects will bring challenges to our dischargers, the public as a whole, and the water boards. There are going to be more impacts than the ones I discussed today. Just in the limited time that I had, I wanted to choose some of the ones I thought were more significant. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
So both you and Ken brought up the issue of more difficulty of the dischargers, more higher expenses on the permits. So my question is, our rules, this is a question I guess, our rules don't change depending on what the original ambient conditions were. So if they get worse, the discharge requirements stay the same. It's a larger differential, that's where the expense comes. Or do we take into account the ambient conditions when we establish our rules?
Well, we typically take into account the ambient conditions because, again, we're making those anti-degradation findings and whatnot and looking at what effect to water quality is in the best interest of the citizens of the state. We have to take into account some amount of what the quality is today and still maintain those water quality objectives. Where it's going to become very difficult for us and we can't permit is if the discharge impacts the beneficial uses of water. Let's say we exceed a maximum contaminant level for something has a MUN designation that would impact the beneficial uses. We can't legally permit that. And so, you know, in those issues, we have some other things we can do. We could implement time schedules to get changes in place. That would give them some time to make improvements. But ultimately, at the end of the day, our responsibility is to make sure that our permits are protective of those beneficial uses. And so that somewhat limits our flexibility.
And so the onus would be put on either the farmer or the operator to make up the difference in degradation that occurred. I mean, it's sort of an obvious answer, I guess, but I just want to make sure I get the...
I mean, if we're allowing some degradation and that degradation doesn't take it to where it impairs the beneficial use, then we have some flexibility. If that discharge would take it over that water quality objective and impair the beneficial use, then I think we're somewhat limited in what our response can be, and maybe Patrick's got something he wants to add to that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just being a little silly, but you are speaking as an engineering geologist, right?
I am a geologist.
I thought you were an engineer too.
I am actually an engineering geologist. I am a
Yeah, so-
certified engineering geologist, but
That
go,
just makes it really authoritative in my book, but thanks.
you know, even though I'm not an engineer.
Despite being an engineer, you do a great job.
Thank you.
Any questions? Next speaker is, and while we get ready for the next speaker, I received a text message about 45 minutes ago from board member Carmen Ramirez, and she states, "I see you via the webcast, good-looking group." And we miss you, Carmen, and I presume we're saving all these materials for Carmen also.
You want to get for me? Yeah, I'd be happy to because I'm having problems seeing that little. Oh, I'm just right above. Okay. No, you were fine. Fine, this works out great. All right, well, good afternoon. I'm Debbie Webster, Executive Officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and I actually want to give a shout out to some of our members because they are very excited that you are webcasting and are actually listening today and are interested in this topic, and it really helps them with their efficiency to be able to do the jobs that they need to do, plus get the information they'd like to get. And I also want to thank them because they did provide a lot of information and a lot of feedback in order for me to give you this presentation. And so you'll hear today as we go on. Let me go down to the next. Let me see what's the best one. Page down. Okay. When it comes to impacts on POTW, there are a lot of different factors that are going to go into some of the information that I share with you, and a lot of different varying views. We have had over the last, let's say, 6-7 years, regulatory changes. The economy has had huge impacts on POTWs, and the drought is beginning to. But our last drought also has. So and we've seen the impacts of that. So just in going to give you an idea, on the regulatory issues, we've had POTWs that have done source control, the source of water, that they've changed their source of water for the municipal drinking water. We've had limits that have gone on. One big impact that we see too is the State Water Board issued a sanitary sewer overflow, but we also call it sanitary sewer system WDR, and it required our agencies to develop a plan in order to make sure that their collection systems basically were operating correctly. That happened in 2006. The plan was due in 2010, and we saw a higher level of sanitary sewer maintenance, inspection, kind of that activity ramped up right in the same time frame that we're talking about with the drought and with the recession that we had. And so all these things are coming into play. But with the and then we had the treatment plant changes. People have been doing upgrades for a while. On the economy has hit you guys know, it's hit the Central Valley hugely. I don't know how else to put it. Between vacancies that we have in different houses, foreclosures, the number of people that are actually discharging to the sanitary sewer has decreased and then sometimes increased. Some businesses have gone out of business. Other businesses, because of economic reasons, have really tightened up their business practices, and so their water use patterns have changed. And then we've also had, we also have had behavioral changes too. Not letting that leak go as long because it impacts my water bill. That type of, people realizing that, hey, I'm paying for this and I don't have a lot of disposable income. So those things, those economic forces will impact what we see at the treatment plants. And then finally, the drought, the conservation, for a lot of the conservation practices that really impact us, they are your indoor use. And so on your water use, you have indoor and outdoor. Outdoor is usually half or more. It's a huge use, and so we don't really see a lot of big impacts on outdoor use. But those indoor use, during the last drought in the late 1980s and early 90s, what we really saw is changes in codes. And so now you have, low flush toilets, and you have aerating sinks, and, all these different things to reduce our water use inside, with dishwashers. Those things are going to be there from here and now on once they're put in there. So those are already there. The conservation that we haven't seen the level of that we saw back in the 80s and in the 70s, where people are really not flushing their toilets until it's, they've used it a few times, or really short on everything, and then collecting their water in the shower so that they can water their plants. We haven't seen that kind of conservation yet. And a large reason is because our communities plan for droughts. They plan for these water uses. They have alternative supplies. It's not just a singular supply. And so, we're just beginning to see the curtailment that they talked about that the earlier panel talked about, in that their water supplies haven't really been impacted until just recently. let's see. And the other thing, with regard to the drought, what I'll also tell you, and you'll also see, is whether our community is reliant on a surface water supply or they've always been relying on a groundwater supply. It really depends on what their impact is. Because if they've got a groundwater supply, they've been there all the time, they're not going to be seeing the curtailments until that supply actually is impacted. So I'm gonna show you a couple real data, real treatment plants, but I'm not naming names, real treatment plants, because they serve as examples of what we're beginning to see. I think we're gonna see a lot more of this, but the reason I wanted to start here is because I'm not gonna be able to tell you, oh, this is because of the drought, or this is because of that, because all these factors have gone into having these impacts. So I have two slides of treatment plant flows, and the diamond-shaped scatter that you see there is an average monthly flow, and those square blue ones, and I'm sorry, I should have probably changed the color on this, are a 12-month running average of the monthly flows. So here's one treatment plant. You can see just and there's a trend line in there. The trend line is, let me see. Oh, good. So there's our trend line of the scatter. There's also a little trend line here of the 12-month average, which really flattens it out. But you can see really early on in the drought, this probably was due to inflow, and mostly inflow. It's during a winter time. Rainfall enters, whether people are doing it illegally, whether there's a break, whether it's something that had to be done. You'll see some inflow. You see those inflow just kind of going down as we move along. Here's by the way, here, let me kind of, because this is not, I'll go to the next slide. This is a little bit better. But on the infiltration side, which is when water seeps into the pipes, in this case, we're seeing increases during the summertime, which is your low water use. And so we don't know, is it because the groundwater went down? Is it, is that part of the cause? Is it part of the cause because, so they took care of normally this would be a lot higher, but this is kind of creeping up. So we're thinking that probably with this system, they've had additional uses. Their actual use is going up in a sense of their dry water use, but their wet weather use is going down. Let me go to the next one, which is a little bit easier to see. So here's the same type of scatter plot here, same data, and you can see again the highest levels are there, but the overall trend is to go down. So what the question we ask is, well, what really caused it? And based upon that information I told you before, I can't really tell you. Now I can tell you that many of our treatment plants have actually seen an increase in the number of connections. And so they really think that there's partial conservation. They think that there's economic reasons. They think that yes, some of the regulatory reasons have made a change too. But it does impact how we comply. So I think both Ken and Clay mentioned earlier is that for effluent limits, many of our effluent limits are based upon concentration, and concentration is the mass of whatever we're measuring divided by the volume. And so I put down two cases. During a normal case, and I used round even numbers and no units, but let's say that you have a mass of 10 and you have a volume of 100. During a normal period, that would end up with a concentration of 0.1 or 0.1. However, if you had a 20% decrease in volume, your concentration is going to be higher. And almost in this case, you can see it's almost by 30% higher than before, even though it's a 20% decrease in concentration. So here's a real example of what we've seen from one treatment plant. For those like all of us that can't read those little parts, this is the blue line right here and the trend line that you see going down. That is flow starting in, it's basically 5 years of flow. We've seen this treatment plant had seen a 5-year decline in flow, an increase in the number of connections. So we're seeing conservation happening and some other things one way or another. But here's their ammonia concentration. And this could be ammonia, this could be mercury, this could be any type of constituent. But what we're seeing is this increasing. And just so you know, this flow is about 20% decrease. The concentration went up about, the flow went down about 18%. The concentration went up about 20%. And this basically some of these stricter conservations within the home and some of the things are the reason why we're seeing higher concentrations than we have in the past. So what does that mean? Does it mean that, hey, your concentration's getting up, you're discharging more? I want to show you again, and the middle one's not as critical. So like I told you, my POTWs helped me with this, so I'm going to focus on the two top and bottom ones. Here's the flow again, and the decrease in flow. Here's the mass of what that ammonia concentration is. Here's, again, your flow is going down. Here's your mass. It's not, you're really flatlined. You're not discharging a whole lot more. You might be discharging more because mass is based upon the number of people that you have. So if you get more connections, you might have more of that mass. But it's not like your flow. You're not having a big increase.
Has there been, Debbie, has there been any determination of how much of this mass, if you will, of the constituent being measured is due to food waste?
No, I don't know the answer, to tell you the truth.
Because oftentimes, there was a big push many years ago. You put it through the food grinder. And today we know that's, depending upon the situation, that can have some deleterious impacts. It would seem to me that would be an interesting part of the picture to get, because if this is having an adverse impact on the waste treatment, then maybe we need to also, together with conservation, have campaigns on putting that stuff into the garbage rather than putting it down the drain.
Yes, I will agree with you on that and more. We really want water to go, our wastewater, basically, I'm sorry for those in the audience, it's the 3 Ps. It's the paper, poop, and PE. That's all we want in the sewer system. We don't want wipes, we don't want food, we don't want grease, we want the stuff that we can handle. But this is again on the influent side. On the effluent side, the good news is that wastewater treatment plants, they're designed to do that. They look at that as food, and we use biological processes to take that and basically clean that water up. And so we can address that in some ways, but it also is the amount of mechanics on this. Let me see if I wanted to hit anything before I go. Okay. So this is gonna, I'm sorry, because I know I'm looking at it from this big screen. This is gonna be a little bit harder. One of the things that Ken touched upon is limits. And so again, here, let's say that this is what your constituent is. Here's what your flow, again, the flow's there. I could probably take that away. And let's say that back here, you determined that you had this performance-based limit, and I did this solid baseline. And we talked about performance-based limits as we talked about dilution and whatever, and how tight is reasonable and what can you do about it. And one of the reasons why, this is one of the reasons why performance-based limits are not always the nirvana for everything in keeping performance, is you get things like conservation and you start blowing your limits. And there's consequences to it. There's violations, there's, monetary consequences. We need to make sure that our water is protected. That is the job that our membership does. It's the job that you do. We share that common goal. What we need to also make sure is that we reasonably protect, and that we don't make things so difficult that we end up in a violation situation where it's really not needed. Okay. So some other flow issues I just want to talk about really quick. We talked a little about the inflow and infiltration. One thing that, just to let you know, is for those areas that have high groundwater, if you have really salty high groundwater, this drought is going to be great for you. It's going to help your limits. If you have very fresh groundwater and it's no longer coming into the system, your concentrations are going to go up because you have less input. I'll just let you know is that wastewater collection systems, as well as we can design them, they are not perfectly watertight, and nothing has been. So so another thing that we find out with the sanitary sewer system, and actually they're the ones that are seeing the first impacts of this, is with these low flows, we're actually seeing some problems with greater detention time and then greater corrosion due to that detention time, as the wastes that are in the water are actually doing their own biological treatment in the line, and they're creating corrosive gases, and that is impacting mechanics. It's just our plant area, so we're seeing that as being a problem for our homeowners, and sometimes for us. As the water levels go down and people are not watering as much, your trees, your plants, your everything are going to be looking for a source of water, and they're going to love your sewer system because it has water. And so we do see, and we'll continue to see, and I think if this drought continues, we'll see even more problems with not only the wastewater treatment plants, but actually the individual homes that have these having root invasions into their sewer system. So something to watch out for. See. On the rate side of this is not something where we've really seen a problem yet, and the reason is some of our systems, many of our systems use a flat base system, so they're always getting the same level of income. It's not really based upon the use. On the water side, there's been a push to vary your rates in order to promote conservation. And some of our wastewater treatment plants, they have a modified version of this where they take your lowest flow during the wintertime and then they block it in there and they say, okay, well, that's what we're going to base your rates on. Well, in our case, this winter, a lot of people irrigated. There was not water, so irrigation happened. The water use was higher than it would have been just for in-house flow. And so we're not really seeing that yet on the sewer side. If we start implementing stricter conservation measures, we will. Oops, wrong way. Receiving water, hold on just a second. I skipped one real quick. Okay, changes in source water. This might be, this is an example of the effluent electrical conductivity, or EC. It's our measure of salinity from one of our treatment plants, where prior to February 20th, they had surface water supply. They were running their average. If you see where that red line is right here, that's where they were averaging. They turned on that well. It went up by 45 microohms per centimeter squared. So it went up. It has an impact on that. If they have a limit that's close to that it could blow a limit. For many of our systems who have gone to alternative water supplies in order to help with the salinity issue, once they typically have the junior water rights. As we see the ability to actually use surface water, we're going to start seeing more and more of this. And then we also see some systems that, because of the drought, are having to go to less quality wells that they have, or their well quality is going up. And so, their well quality is going down. They're getting higher levels of EC or other constituents that are not really a concern on the surface water side, but on the drinking water, it's the in surface water for aquatic life protection, we talk in the micrograms per liter, which is what, 1 millionth, and in drinking water you talk in the milligrams, which is 1/1000. So it's a huge factor of safety difference. Let's see, where else did I want to check on that? Oh, one of the concerns also as we change in source water is that our customers actually will start installing water softeners. And water softeners don't help with our salt problem, but they really make our customers more happy with the results that they get with their water supply. Once those go in, it's kind of like the low flow toilet. They usually stay in and stay on. And there's some things that we try to do to reduce that, but it is a problem and a concern. Also, the other concern is, I'm going to show you here, is the ability to use recycled water, because as our levels go up, the of salt go up, the desirability to use recycled water gets a little bit harder because it's based upon crop tolerance. Okay. So flow and ambient concentrations, the question is flow, when we get a effluent limit or we get dilution, it is flow and it is ambient water conditions, and those are reassessed every time. So to answer your question, reassessed every time we get a permit. They look at what the history has been. Will a decrease in surface water supply make a difference? To tell you the truth, I couldn't tell you. Many of our POTWs, if you look at dilution, it's what we call a 1Q7, the lowest day, 1Q10, the lowest day with a 10-year probability of reoccurrence. And for chronic, it's a 7Q10, so 7, the lowest week with probability of a 10-year occurrence. In a lot of cases, that was the 77 drought set what our levels are, or more recent one. The difference that we have now, and I think you saw, is we now have environmental water that we never had before. We now worry about diversions like we never worried before. So we don't really know yet if there's agencies that are going to lose assimilative capacity due to dilution. Certainly in ambient water quality, your background, whether or not there's assimilative capacity, that does make a difference. And so in the Delta, for example, we have a POTW who's, was basically in a freshwater situation. Their ambient has gone up to over 4,000. Their salinity has gone up to over 4,000. Well, there is no assimilative capacity out there in that waterway anymore because it's basically salt water. Let me make sure. I think we talked about that. Let me see. The other places that where really flow in the ambient conditions can make a difference is some of our POTWs, especially those in the foothills, have seasonal requirements on them. They're only allowed to discharge during certain seasons, and when flow in the water body is at they have a 20-to-1 dilution or something like that. If they have the ability to continue to recycle or reclaim during that time, it works great. If we start getting this misty, sort of rainy, but not enough runoff because it's all just soaking in, they're not allowed to discharge during that time for fear of runoff, and so it does create a conundrum. We will just have to see what happens with that, but that is a concern for those areas because they might have been storing a lot more than, they might be closer to capacity. Because again, these are all engineering estimates as to how things happen. On the sort of good news part is, you heard a little bit about the recycled water. Civico worked really hard to make sure that the recycled water policy met both the requirements for urban uses and for agricultural uses, and could really be used in this in the Central Valley, and along with the irrigated lands program, there are permits also, and so we do see some opportunities there. There's some opportunities for funding, but whether or not we can do this and do this effectively will really depend on the cost, whether we're able to permit it, and if there's some flexibility. And the more flexibility you have, the more opportunities you have for recycling. So right now, a lot of our agricultural discharges use open canals, whether it's drains or whatever. For our land dischargers, for actually anybody, you typically use those, and if it's treated like recycled water, you're now protecting for use that was not really protected for in the past, and so you're really forced to use a hard piping, which increases the cost. So to the extent that there is flexibility that we can have, those things would be very helpful. And then the other important part on the flexibility.
If I may interrupt you there, but you're really getting into the salt issue.
It's not just salt. So if I want to wheel water, and it's not, and I have good quality water both. If I want to wheel water, it's treated differently if it's recycled water, and it's the same quality, or if it's stream water. It's treated completely differently. And that's if we can start, we have a farm, we can put it in the ditch to get it to the farm versus we have to build a whole new pipeline to get it on the farm. That makes a real big difference. And it makes a difference because of, it will make a difference for cost, but it also it make a difference for permitting. You know, what beneficial uses, excuse me, what beneficial uses are you protecting? So we have an effort for the MUN designation that's going on as part of CV salts for ag drains and agricultural facilities, to the extent that that recycled water doesn't need to meet municipal beneficial uses if that's appropriate. To take that away allows for greater flexibility to use that as recycled water.
That gets into a big discussion that I really
does.
don't want to go into here.
It does, but we can we can have that discussion. You know, and the other big thing is that Title 22 matches quality with use, and it, to the extent that we allow Title 22 to operate versus try to add levels of protection or add requirements to it, will really help recycled water use. So, you know, I guess in summary, you know, where are our cost and concerns? Obviously, if we start going to everything needs to be a higher level of treatment, it will be another cost. It will be on communities that throughout the Central Valley that are already in economic issue, you know, having economic issues. And I think Omar today is going to talk about the small communities, because we're paying, you know, most of our communities are already paying a high price for their wastewater treatment. And so it's a matter of making sure that we have that flexibility. Tomorrow you'll be hearing about a variance. A variance provides some flexibility to be able to allow to deal with some of these issues. We have seasonal limits, other things. There's tools in the toolbox that US EPA gives that sometimes we need in the basin plan or sometimes we need in a permit. And so having those tools available and being willing to use them as appropriate, and when I say as appropriate, and when it reasonably protects beneficial uses, that will make all the difference in the world for us. Go for it, Carl, because I'm pretty much
No,
done.
go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
I think that you know, that's where we are with our impacts. I think if you talk to me next year, I'll be able to show you a lot more. But I hope that next year we won't have to have this discussion like this. However, we will still have it as part of CV salts and other areas, so that we can put that framework already in. So it's not a matter of, oh, I really want to do this, but my hands are tied.
There's going to be considerably more discussion as we evolve this issue, obviously.
Yeah.
Any questions from members of the board? Thank you very much. You know, I'd like to compliment you. It's 1:45, and yeah, you kept the board's interest. Haven't had lunch, haven't hardly had a break. Omar? No. Yes, did you have a question, John? Oh, who's next in order?
Tim Johnson is next.
I was just going in order the way they're sitting, down the line, you know.
Dave's just happy to be sitting. Chairman Longley, members of the board, I'm Tim Johnson, President and CEO of the California Rice Commission. We represent the state's rice growers, rice millers, and we also serve as the coalition for the WDR on rice. A number of issues are raised from the Sacramento Valley. I'll really leave San Joaquin Valley comments to my colleague David Orth. That we're going to be facing in this drought, and I'd just like to briefly highlight those for you. A couple of things I'd just like to note at the onset is that surface and groundwater really are different across the state, and we really tend to think about it in terms of water quality and water availability as the Sacramento Valley as a subset of the entire Central Valley. For us this year, I know last time I was before this board, there was some question of how many acres of rice would be reduced. Currently, we believe will be reduced about 20%, over 100,000 acres. Could be, expect 100 to 125,000 acres. So a significant reduction in our planting for this year and economic activity as a result. We are going to see in the Sacramento Valley and for rice more of our issues in the Sacramento Valley will be around surface water. We are, as you know, less reliant on groundwater, and as you saw in some of the earlier illustrations, far less impact on groundwater, both from a quantity and a quality standpoint. So again, just note that my comments will be in that context, and as you look at your regulatory responsibility, the same. Most of our impacts this year, as I noted, will be on surface water. We will see a high level of conservation and recycling. For example, many rice districts are allowing no spill out of their fields this year. So as the water moves through the system and through the rice farms, we'll have some additional impacts. What might those be? We are expecting elevated monitoring levels of salinity
Tim,
and salt.
excuse me, you say no spill. What do you mean by that?
Typically, within an irrigation district, we'll use the Colusa Basin drain as an example. You would, at some point in the time after you've applied your pesticides and your fertilizer, allowed those to be utilized by the crop, you would actually open up the field and add some additional water, and that water would then maybe go in the Colusa Basin drain, be picked up by almond industry or by a farmer downstream. To be able to grow maximum number of acres, many of the districts are not allowing growers to spill a single drop of water out of the end of their field. So what happens is the water goes through an irrigation district. The farmer on the bottom end of that is going to experience some loss in yield due to increased levels of salt. We see it every drought, and we're anticipating it. UC is telling us this year as well. Typically, our system in the Sacramento Valley has been explained a number of times, is a flow-through system, right? Water starts at the top. It's utilized by agriculture. It goes other places. It'll go to wildlife refuges, our tailwater. Our tailwater will go into a drain picked up by another farming operation. It may go back into the river after the quality is assured and be picked up by urban uses. You will see much less flow. In fact, the Colusa Basin drain this year, and folks that have junior water rights that take out of that drain will be some of the most impacted, not be able to plant their crops because there's simply no drain water available this next year.
So some of that lost acreage is folks that were using drain water?
Correct. Correct.
Interesting. Thank you.
You bet. So we will have, we believe, elevated monitoring results for salinity. We also would expect elevated results for pesticides and other constituents. We'd also would expect as some of those drains get very dry, which is different for us. Normally we're able to go out and take a sample. I know my brother in the San Joaquin, not always. Where we are able to take those readings, we're going to have lower dissolved oxygen as well. Would note, as others have, including the POTWs, you will have less loading. We're going to be growing less rice, but you certainly are going to have higher monitoring results. From a Sacramento Valley perspective, keep in mind this is our third year of drought. This is really the first year that I would have told you would be significantly impacted, reduced plantings for our crop. It's a fairly anomalous year. I know we had a lot of looking back into prehistoric times and what droughts might have looked like to modern times. But in the context of our activity with this board, this is really a fairly anomalous year. One of the questions that has been raised as we've considered what this monitoring year might look like is, what about the triggering of management plans under the current surface water program, right? One exceedance in 3 years and you get to write a management plan. Really would question whether or not those are always going to be necessary or how extensive the management plan would be. As we've talked in our office, one of the ideas that we had come up with is really encourage staff to sit down with the coalitions at the end of the year, do an assessment. Is this an item that we would have expected as a result of the drought? How much of a management plan do we need to put into place and really pursue on an ongoing basis, because you have one exceedance in 3 years and one of the more significant, again, from the Sacramento Valley's perspective, an anomalous situation. The The other comment that I would make is we look at the implementing the newly developed or adopted WDRs, all the coalitions, as we try to schedule other meetings, very clear. Folks are working very hard to implement those WDRs. We're spending significant resources, both in terms of times and dollars. As one of the comments I'd want to provide you is please do not change the requirements of the WDRs. The concrete's not even wet. We haven't taken off the forms yet on this thing, and so any changes to the WDRs we would not recommend. Certainly not for groundwater. And as we talked at length in this boardroom before, groundwater really allows trend monitoring, right? You go out and you look at it over a trend. So a data point does not a trend make. It's a little more difficult on surface water. There in my comments relative to management plan triggers. The other comment I would just like to make, and I'll try to do it politely and respectfully, I want to thank the Department of Food and Agriculture for their comments. I thought they were very contextualized, they were very clear and very helpful to this dialogue. Also want to thank questions and clarifications from this board. I would be remiss in not standing here on behalf of my rice growers and saying it was a great concern. And some of the tone, I don't think intentions were poor, but the cavalier comments earlier in this workshop. You all do an outstanding job of understanding impacts on real people and real industries. It's pretty easy to stand up here as an agency or stand up here and make broad sweeping comments relative to what the policy of the water, both in terms of quantity and quality, should be for the state of California. This is where it really happens. And while I appreciate the breadth of the conversation, I will tell you that from a production agricultural perspective, it was very concerning. And you being able to absorb it in the appropriate context, the Department of Food and Agriculture being able to provide you appropriate context, I think is exactly where this board excels and should be the focus of your activities moving forward. We'll have those other discussions and other debates moving forward. Thank you, Chairman Long. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, for those comments. I have a question for you. You pointed out that 1 point a trend does not make, although as an engineer, if you give me only 1 point, I'll give you the trend you want.
Sure you could. So could an economist, yes.
Excuse me. The question I have about the WDRs, and I would agree we don't need to go out and be making big changes, but I'm wondering if when they were put together that they really took into account these kinds of issues. In other words, drought, wet years, and so forth. And when we look at them down the road, if maybe we ought to recast them so that they are easier to administer over time when we go through these various periods of both plenty and not very much.
So my response to that would be certainly, I think, in the future. Let us get through implementing what you've got now. Let us figure out how we're going to get it on the ground. And as I look at it from our organization's perspective, we're focused a lot on going out and getting the tools for growers so they can fill out the farm evaluations, right? So we can go out and get you that basic level of reporting that's required under the new WDRs. Anything that's going to interfere with that, for example, opening up the WDRs and having to have a lot of comments, a lot of hearings, and a lot of work around that's just going to take away from that energy. I think a prudent approach, if I could recommend one, would be understand where the WDRs may fall short of not anticipating years like this. Let's be as flexible as we can, and let's work together to recommend solutions to you in the future. Let's get these implemented. Let's learn the lessons from this very dry year. Let's not get overly focused on things we can't change, right? No rain, changes in irrigation systems. And let's come back with a thoughtful set of solutions to modify the WDRs moving forward.
Well, sometime around the end of this decade, when we might be looking at those again, we need to keep this year in mind as we go forward.
It'll be a very good year for data. And I think that from our
Correct.
Organization's perspective, we're very much looking forward to that.
2019, 2020 may be very wet years, and we tend to forget about droughts and wet years. So, any questions or comments?
No, I have a couple of questions, but they're for staff based on comments that you made. So I appreciate the input.
Thank you. Mr. Orth.
Good afternoon, David Orth, General Manager of the Kings River Conservation District, also the Steering Committee Coordinator for the Southern San Joaquin Valley Water Quality Coalition, and probably half a dozen other titles that will bore you, so I won't go there. The district, as you know, I've spoken to you before, is very active in the area of groundwater management. We serve as the administrative agent and fiscal agent for a very successful integrated regional water management program that covers the Kings groundwater basin, that area just between the San Joaquin River and the Kings River in the central San Joaquin Valley, covering the greater Fresno area. We also serve as the groundwater elevation reporting agency for under what was called the CASGIM program for both the Kings Basin and the Tulare Lake groundwater subbasins. And so I think we've tried to really be there to work with local agencies and communities to manage resources. I was asked today to give you a perspective from the South Valley, as well as some things for the board to consider. The advantage of being this late in the day is that, or in the succession of speakers, is that I'll be able to just emphasize points that were previously made. But then I'm also going to spend a couple of minutes giving you some observations on where I think groundwater management is going. I've been very actively involved, both as the vice chair of the Aqua Groundwater Sustainability Task Force, the California Water Foundation Steering Committee, which led to the development of the administration's proposals on groundwater legislation this year. And I'd like to explain to you how I see that evolving and some of the observations that have been made relative to water quality management within that broader groundwater framework. I want to start with just echoing Tim's comments. I certainly appreciate it and would encourage you to think about the comments made by CDFA this morning. Just the importance and the balance that came there was very refreshing and kind of soothed some angst that I was experiencing along with Tim in the back room, or the back of the room, about some of the earlier comments. From a water supply perspective in the South Valley, I think we have to start with a recognition that where we find ourselves with groundwater and surface water is a function of our failure as a state to really keep up with demand and to fully mitigate what we've done with the reallocation of surface water supplies. We haven't kept up with that shift, and as a result, we're seeing significant impacts on the economy and threats to our livelihood going forward. In the South Valley, you're fully aware that the drought, combined with those cumulative regulatory impacts and changes in public policy, which I'm not questioning, have eliminated virtually this year's Central Valley Project surface flows. The availability of surface water supplies from the State Water Project are almost unmeasurable, and the Friant is experiencing an unprecedented call and shift from the San Joaquin River exchange contractors, thus impacting the availability of surface supply. And in those areas where growers have groundwater, they are becoming increasingly dependent upon that for their livelihood. On the Kings, our delivery system is being measured in lengths that are days, not weeks or months. Typically, we have 90-plus day runs for surface water. This year, we're having coordinated runs that last a number of days over the next couple of months. We're going to pull the Kings River Pine Flat storage down to below minimum pool this year. We have an agreed upon level with the local fishing interests to manage temperature, and you heard from Ken Landau earlier about the importance of temperature. We do a lot of temperature management through that system to benefit our Kings River fishery program. This year, for water supply reasons, we're going to get a little bit deeper into that pool than we prefer. This greater dependency on groundwater creates threats to the economy, to the communities, to ag crops. I'll detail that in a moment. But I think it's important, again, to recognize that using groundwater in drought years is the way we defined our system, the way we developed our system. A lot of emphasis on overdraft right now. And I understand that, and what we're doing over long term is certainly not sustainable, but our historic management of surface and groundwater would call for our use of groundwater in these kinds of years. You heard from Jay Lund this morning that the forecast is we'll pump more than 5 million acre feet, and that's a lot of water. But consider the percentage of that in comparison to the total amount of groundwater that's available in the system. The Water Education Foundation published a document last year that estimates somewhere between 250 and 450 million acre feet of economically reachable groundwater in our system. So 5 million is what, 2% of 250 million in what's the third to sixth driest year of record? We have a problem. We do not have an emergency that requires this fix-it-tomorrow attitude that I think we're experiencing in some venues. Spent some time over the last several days communicating with representatives in Fresno, Kings, and Tulare counties to try to get a sense that I could bring up and message to you relative to well permitting activity. Fresno County's statistics show about a doubling in the application of well permits this year to date. Tulare County is about a month ahead of their year-to-date average. Kings County, their response was, we're seeing activity that's typical with what we see in dry years. We're seeing an increased number of well failures that correlate directly to those well permit requests. We're seeing a number of situations where community water systems, domestic wells, and even ag wells are losing pressure so that their flow rates are no longer capable of meeting the demands on the system. We're also actively involved through our IRWM in trying to work with the counties to identify and develop immediate solutions for communities whose water supplies are at risk. That's not our prime source. We see ourselves as somebody who can support and assist in outcomes, and some of our members have been involved in resolutions of water supply issues for Orange Cove, for Sultana, and then also aware of things, temporary arrangements that have been done in Porterville and Huron. Needless to say, and I would say that whether we have a wet year or not next year, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The balance of this year is going to be tough, and there are some who forecast that even with a normal or above average year next year, that the West Side CVP water supply could still be 0%. So we're not going to get ourselves out of this by a normal or abundantly wet fall and winter, and I think that's something for us to keep in mind. You're aware of the permanent crop loss. The pictures of orange groves being pulled out in the South Bryant region because of the lack of water supply altogether hit me like somebody who drove up and had to light a match to their house and burn it down. I mean, these are people who have invested in and created their livelihood in that crop that they now have to pull out because of water supply loss. Heard yesterday of a number of crops that, again, because of this diminishment of flow of their existing wells, have just abandoned feed crops midstream. They're just going to walk away and let hay or alfalfa or corn just go dry and lose it. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. All of these things change runoff patterns. You heard this earlier in terms of quantity, and that will affect quality, and so some flexibility and resiliency in response to that's critically important. So in the term of actions, kind of three things to note, and I heard from Clay Rogers earlier, what I heard was flexibility, and I think the encouragement here is to continue to apply every flexibility that you as a board and your staff can apply in the regulation. I encourage everywhere I go these days that I'm asked to integrate the management of water resources, whether it's quality, quantity, surface water, groundwater, flood management, ecosystem, that I'm supposed to manage those in an integrated way in order to maintain eligibility for state funding to assist us in advancing our goals. I would encourage you to think the same way. When you regulate, think about the integration of surface water quality, groundwater quality, and some of these other aspects. Certainly we need to give priority to human health and safety, but anything that can be done to deliver waters to areas in need, these ag regions that lack supply. And then I think, and you heard this from Tim, I will reinforce that as we get to the ILRP, And some consideration may be given to the fact that we will see some additional surface water exceedances in the dry conditions this year. So some flexibility, some discussion about the necessity and scope of that management plan in response to that exceedance would be encouraged. We need to think about enforcement, cost containment, and frankly, I've spent the last 6 months communicating with growers, asking them to join the Kings Water Quality Coalition to comply with the Tulare Lake Basin WDR. It's really hard to get a grower's attention right now because of the water supply issues, and they're fighting for their well-being and their family's well-being, and to tell them, well, I need you to fill out this form and write me a check and cover this property that you may not even be irrigating this year. Difficult times, and so some flexibility in enforcement and reaction is encouraged. Now, that having been said, I agree fully with Tim that we're active into the implementation of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, the new program. We're moving aggressively towards completion of our groundwater assessment report, developing a South Valley Management Practices Effectiveness Program outline, and we want to keep working in that direction. I think the more data we can collect, the more prepared we'll be for the next one of these droughts in reacting, as was discussed earlier. I would encourage the staff to consider avoiding an overreach of what lands we designate as high vulnerability and high priority within as we implement our monitoring and data collection strategies, and it may be appropriate to consider, again, focusing on those high priority areas when we start collecting data from farmers through the farm evaluation plan and the nutrient management plan templates. And then finally, this is way down in the weeds, but I think it's just an example of something to think about is we're all in cost containment these days. As the acreage drops, as the water supply drops, the cost per unit increases significantly. I expect we will see that influenced through the 2014-15 proposed State Water Resources Control Board program fee. So one of the suggestions that came about was we send staff out every month to our surface water monitoring sites, knowing darn well there's no water at that site. We're in a drought. And we have to take pictures, and we have to document that and provide that information back to the staff as part of our periodic reporting under our surface water monitoring. It may be appropriate to consider waiving that site visit and that picture requirement, at least until some rains fall or some other events occur. Shifting to groundwater just for a couple of minutes, and I want to start with, can we get a different picture for subsidence? The guy leaning on the telephone pole is getting really tired.
Well, I suggested that. I wanted to put clay in that picture.
Well, and I don't know that it's necessarily going to be deeper as you suggested, because having worked in that district for a number of years, I think they re-leveled and flattened out Highway 33, which is where that picture took. So the baseline changed. But just real quick, as I mentioned, been very involved in trying to develop concepts that may ultimately lead into legislation this year relative to how we manage groundwater. And I think the starting point here again is to recognize that a successful outcome of that discussion is going to be the necessary recognition of the integration of surface water and groundwater, the necessary recognition that we have to expand and increase the reliability of our surface water supplies, and then we've got to address funding, which is code for water bond. But in the discussions, there have been really two basic objectives. One is to, and I would say that generally more and more people are embracing these concepts. Number one is that we need to standardize and strengthen the authorities of local management agencies in how they manage groundwater. So we need to create kind of a standard form process and then grant some authorities that might include the ability to assess and collect fees, allocate limits on pumping, enforce those limits, and even more directly coordinate with the land use agencies, which is a big gap that exists today, as was discussed earlier. Our approach has been to promote the standardization of groundwater management under the optional framework that the legislature put into place in 2002, which is commonly referred to as SB 1938. and then to also create what I define as the speed limit or a statutory definition of what success is. What's the objective? And we've used this buzzword sustainability so much that that's another thing I'd like to change along with that picture. But I do think we need to identify what are our long-term objectives, and there I would argue we have an opportunity and a responsibility to make that discussion go beyond groundwater supply. It has to include quality, it has to include ecosystem impact, and it has to include an assessment and understanding of what groundwater pumping does to surface water supplies. The second objective has really been to define the role of the state, and in that way it comes in two parts. One is continuing to recognize and enforce and endorse and enhance the role of the Department of Water Resources, and then narrowly define specific points of intervention for the State Water Resources Control Board in those places where local management is not succeeding. So how does this look from a practical standpoint? And these are my kind of closing comments. Under the 1938 framework, local agencies who adopt a groundwater management plan have an obligation to conduct a series of public hearings and establish basin management objectives for groundwater elevation or supply, groundwater quality, subsidence, and surface water groundwater relationships, and then implement management actions to meet those objectives. Under the new standard, those objectives are going to have to meet the statutory definition of balance or sustainability or safe yield or whatever those components are. And within the water quality side, I see a direct interface between how the groundwater management activities will be conducted in such a way that they can meet the water quality objectives that were set through that groundwater management plan. Now, obviously, those have to be directly related to and supported by the water quality control plan that your board's involved in. And in that regard, we're very actively involved in CV salts to try to start connecting those dots. But I see, recharge activities, land use decision-making, some of this groundwater extraction regulation authority that I seek at the local level integrating so that we can meet those water quality objectives contained both in the water quality plan as well as in the hopefully compliant groundwater management plan. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Probably took a few more minutes longer than I intended, but thank you.
And thank you. Questions, members of the board?
As with Tim, you piqued a couple of questions, which I'll ask staff, so thank you for your thorough comments.
Bob?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments and questions, Dave. I mean, when you have a groundwater basin, if you're never drawing it down, you aren't using it as a reservoir, so drawing it down is appropriate. I think the real issue for me is, how do you establish, you can call it a safe yield or a maximum drawdown level that's safe. And when my interest is really peaked when that is being exceeded and you're losing the capacity of the reservoir because of the compression of the aquatards. I like, and locally, like where I live in Yolo County, it's a very local basin, sub-basin approach. There's good monitoring, and there's actually some guidelines that have sort of been established as to how close are we to the 1977 drawdown level, which was our lowest recorded amount. So that's what I'm interested in seeing and that's not really the role of this board as much, but on a personal level I think what helps us all as a community move forward. Am I in sync with what you're talking about?
Yes, you are, and I would say that this definition of what the objective is, whether we call it sustainability or balance or whatever the ultimate term is, my personal opinion, that's the single most critically important thing that we can achieve through this groundwater legislation discussion that we're having. And it needs to be something that would be established locally, but get to a place where we can demonstrate that we are now managing this groundwater basin so that it will sustain the beneficial uses that depend upon that groundwater basin. I think the USGS uses the term indefinitely. I think the other thing that is being discussed is what's the proper management unit, and you referred to this as the general thinking is that we need to coordinate existing management plans and strategies around defined subbasins, allow those subbasin boundaries to be amended and adjusted because they weren't always hydrogeologically drawn. They were sometimes politically drawn, and it's miraculous how the groundwater basin between KRCD and Westlands Water District is clearly defined when the reality is it isn't physically that way, but the map shows a difference. So we're talking a lot about how do we create these management units around a sub-basin and then let the sub-basin come together and say, what's our objective? In the Kings, what we've done is, through our IRWM, adopted already a plan that says halt and reversed overdraft by 2032.
Your comment about maybe being able to not visit sites when there's no flows, and I'll just note that I noticed that Joe's in the audience and heard that comment, so he can make that decision. I'm going with staff on that one. And you talked about surface water storage a little bit. And I'm somewhat circumspect about that, certainly open-minded, but, I think what we really have to define, and that's the obligation, I think, of the proponents in a lot of ways, who pays, who really is benefiting, and I don't particularly acknowledge a lot of the throw of costs onto environmental benefits necessarily. And what's the governance structure? How do we know that's what's happening? How do we know it doesn't mean that just more ag land gets irrigated instead of providing more reliable flows for existing ag lands or urban areas? So those are, on surface water, some of the questions I am asking. And a lot of these questions, I think, will tie into Omar's talk about, that I hope to hear shortly about, environmental justice communities and their water issues, because I think within this context, if we're not approaching and resolving a lot of those issues, then I think we're not completing the circle on this.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Jenny?
I have just a quick question. Ken had mentioned in his presentation that this year, because many growers are not irrigating some of their land, they are potentially opting out of paying into the order for those lands. Is that a problem that you're seeing, and how are you addressing it?
We, and I made a note, and I need to talk with Clay and Ken and Joe, I think, about that, in the sense that we have advised our growers that if you're not irrigating, you're not subject to regulation, because the program covers the impact of irrigation on surface and groundwater quality. Now, having said that, we have 900,000 acres of estimated irrigable lands in the Kings Basin, and as of May 19th, which was our membership deadline, we had 870,000 sign up for the program. So I was a bit surprised. I've asked the question many, many times is, how much of that is non-irrigated, and we don't know. Frankly, the growers enrolled their property for coverage and participation. So at least in the Kings, that hasn't been an issue thus far. Now, I think if we have year 4, 5, and 6 of the drought, it may become a different issue.
If I can weigh in, the rules around the regulations are, it's not just 1 year of fallow land. It's I think it's a 4 or 5 year period of time if it goes without irrigation, but it's not, otherwise it's too hard to manage up and down for you and for us.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's good, and I'm glad the growers know that as well.
Is that, I'm just going to ask, is that clearly understood by everybody, or is it?
I'm not, it's been a question that's been brought up, so we'll have to get it
Great,
clarified. They're
thank
also entering into new discussions on the regulation, so it may change by the end of this year.
I'll answer that it is not clearly understood in the South Valley, and even within the Kings, because as I have understood it, and it's different than what Pamela just stated, we've told our folks that if you're not irrigating, you don't have to enroll in this program. Now, some of them have elected to do so anyway for the coverage and the consistency and the participation, but we've got to clarify that.
From what I've been hearing, I think what you say, Dave, is pretty much true for the whole Central Valley.
But I would encourage the discussion, obviously, on this issue, because your quote, not irrigating, there should be it's like a vector. There's a speed and a direction, right? So not irrigating, there might be a time component to that as well. So
yeah,
go ahead, Tim.
Just emphasize the point that is, I'll just be really clear, we view it completely different than your staff. we've been implementing it completely different than your staff. So if we need to have a broader discussion, let's do that. I don't want to get in conflict, finding out the people are in violation when we've been giving them, and our council has been giving them completely different answers. I also think that we ought to be thoughtful of the fact that rice and other crops that can be fallowed in times of severe drought are going to be fallowed. And so you're going to make that grower pay a fee for not growing a crop. I think that's going to go over poorly. So I just would suggest that we all get together and have those discussions as long as they need to happen. But that is clearly a difference of not only opinion but application.
Sure, and as I said, I completely encourage you guys to talk about this with staff, but I will say that even, I think you said it's a trend, you know, groundwater is trend, and the program is set up sort of long-term, right? That's the name of it. So I'm not going to push one way or the other right now. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, and if we're not, that, you know,
Well,
that
we
issue.
obviously are not from the conversation just here, and we have a few other coalitions involved. So we'll have to bring in State Board, and obviously, like I said, they're now entering into discussions with the dischargers on fees for
Well,
next year, so that may be defined differently. I don't know. I just know that unlike Mr. Johnson's comments, some coalitions are very concerned that they'll have a loss of revenue just because of the 1 year of going fallow, and they can't operate that way. They still have obligations to meet, and so there is some concerns all over the board about the coalitions and how we implement it.
Well, I guess my concern is, and maybe it shouldn't be a concern because it appears that this is being aggressively discussed. I think we need a resolution. So, okay, I'm going to ask you an unfair question because I should have asked it of DWR and the State Board. But when we're talking about groundwater, and by the way, I want to commend you, David, because I know that, gosh, as long as I've known you, you've been talking about groundwater recharge, and you've pushed it very strongly in your district, and you've been very successful. I remember back when you were talking about the Raisin City issue as an example and their problem. But the question that I do have is, do we have within the context of how the world is now with ESA and the biological opinions, how much water during wet years is lost and not used to recharge? I say lost. I recognize how in some groups that may cause a big pushback, but how much water could be captured and used to recharge that's not captured?
From an ESA biological opinion perspective, I'm not able to answer that question. There was a time that I probably could have because my previous employer, lives in that world. But from a King's perspective, those are not limiting factors. Now, what the King's has really focused on is trying to understand, where we can expand capacity. Our problem is a physical one. It's not a regulatory one. We need to build more recharge capacity. You heard Sandy Schubert from CDFA talk about on-farm recharge. That's in our area, and we're working very aggressively with growers and some private foundations to identify properties where we can do this. But I don't know what the number is from a regulatory perspective.
This plays off of what Bob was talking about. This whole bit on surface storage. I'd like to see. I'm waiting for the more in-depth studies on that. But even with the existing storage, I'm of the opinion, and my mind could be changed, that we're not operating our reservoirs effectively insofar as during particularly wet years of capturing water to put it in the ground. And I think you just pointed out a very important part of that is we don't have the infrastructure to be able to do that very effectively. And we need to, as we go through this financing, questions of financing, whether it be the bond or whatever, we need to be thinking about getting that infrastructure so we can better capture and use that water. And by the way, as you probably know, there's a RFP on the street now to look at ag practices that best management practices, if you will, so you can grow your crop while you're serving as a recharge basin also. I think that kind of work is very essential as we go down the road. Anything else from board members? Thank you very much. Omar Carrillo.
Well, being that we're well beyond the lunchtime, folks are hungry. I just want to thank the really very kind board staff who introduced me to the lounge there. There was coffee and there was banana nut bread for 25 cents. I've never seen that. So I have energy for this. Okay, well, Community Water Center, we work in the Central Valley, and part of my, I thank you for inviting us, and also giving us the opportunity to talk about some of the things that are going on with some of the small communities. So I was asked to talk about a few things. So we have the current community impacts. So what's going on the ground? What sort of resources are available to some of the communities that we work with? And also some issues on groundwater sustainability and our thoughts on that. So first of all, there's been a lot of attention in the media and on television that there's record amounts of wells being dug throughout the state. There's a year backlog. And so, the well dries up, you dig another well. In some instances, it takes a very long time. But for the communities that we work with, for two things. First of all, they're not going to move. You can't find another location. They don't have another location, and they don't have the money to dig another well. So they are where they are. And that is something just to visualize. And so as we think about the water being used at the rate that it's being used, we need to definitely create the visual of the communities that I'll mention. So I'll talk about two communities in particular, but I'll mention that a community of Seville and Tulare. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Community of Munson, and actually a couple exchanges that we've had and experiences from private well owners. So what I'll mention is that, you have communities kind of in general. This is what we've heard. My water pressure is low, or I have no water. I need a bucket to fill up my toilet. I have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning because that's the only time enough water is coming out of my tap. These are communities, and these are also private well owners. So as an example, specifically, the community of Seville. So community of Seville has been on the minds of a lot of different folks in Tulare County for a very long time. They're in line right now for kind of we call it a long-term project. But right now, they have contaminated water, drinking water coming out of their pipes, and now they have very low water pressure. So in talking to community residents there, a specific resident said, I wake up just to have a chance to wash my clothes because there's no water. I have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning because the water table is so low, they're not getting enough water. So now they're in a situation where you have to kind of do trade-offs. It's like, well, do I wash? It's just a very basic level thing. It's like, so it's not just water for drinking, that's where we're drinking water advocates now. It's just very basic, essential things that you need to be able to function in life. So similarly, we have a community. This is actually a really good thing for us to mention. So we have 1.4 million folks, individuals, residents in California that are on private well systems. So 600,000 private wells. So there was an instance where we received a call from an elderly couple, 79, 80-year-old couple who ran out of water. They're out of water. They used this well for 30 years, and now they're out of water. So folks are saying, well, what can you do about it? Well, they had nice neighbors, so they hooked them up. Their neighbor hooked up a hose to their house. Their son would deliver a trash bag full of water for them to use. So then they would fill up a bucket so they can put in the toilet, so they can use the toilet. But point is, they have no water. Now, what kind of resources are available to this elderly couple? Or what is available? Nothing. What I'll tell you is that, first and foremost, with their Social Security, which is super limited, it's under $24,000, they couldn't qualify for a loan because they didn't make enough money. But ironically, they made too much money to get a grant, specifically through USDA. What do you say to this community? What do you say to them? They call us, so then what do? Well, we try to connect them with the resources. Ultimately, they did not get a loan. what ended up happening was that there was so much attention on this one specific community in the media that a private citizen, a private company stepped up and said, I will drill your well. That's not fair. That's not fair. And it's critical. Now, that there is dozens upon dozens of documented cases just like this in the Tulare County, but not all of them are getting the attention. And, so this is something that needs to be on the forefront of all of our minds. Now, what I can tell you is I'm very skilled at being able to understand what resources are available at the state, federal, local, regional level. And I'm telling you, there aren't the adequate resources. So for the State Water Board has set up a fund through the State Water Board Emergency Fund to start providing loans. It can be anywhere between $5,000 to $150,000. I mean, it's a good program. It's emergency funding. If you're in a crisis, if you're in a drought crisis, you can solicit, you can actually petition for this fund, but you need to have some sort of local regional entity help facilitate that transaction with the State Water Board. So then, therefore, you need to have the county step up, or the counties, wherever you are, to say, hey, we're interested in helping these individuals. So if you have a county who's receptive, then you're in good hands. Still, it's still a lot of work. But in some instances, it takes a lot of activism, a lot of work, a lot of understanding to get those resources, which are very flexible, to these communities. And and also to reach out to the communities to let them know they have options. So on the ground level, the Regional Water Board, in thinking about what can be done, how can you collaborate with existing funding sources to be able to say, we're working with you, we're interested in spreading the word, we're interested in, I don't necessarily know what the discretion is here in terms of if you get a call from somebody who's out of water, what do you do with that? So I'm not asking for a response. I'm just, you can though. Please. Go ahead, please.
Okay, are there any are you finished, or are you still going?
No, I'm not done.
Oh,
So
keep going.
I have
No.
two more. So I was asked to talk about resources. State Water Board has some resources. You have SRF funding, right? We know about that a little bit, and there's been some there's the drinking water program transfer from CDPH to the State Water Board. So there's some additional abilities to be able to target some of this funding. You have USDA funding, which is the only funding that ultimately becomes available to individuals that are on a private well. I'll mention my last point is that, we talked about groundwater management and the future of this state. Sustainability, yeah, it's been used over and over, but you know what? We need to get real here. We need to get real with the fact that this state, we just don't have, there's people in crisis already. So the fact of the matter is that moving forward, we definitely agree that there has to be management. We're the only Western state that does not manage our groundwater, and we're a very dry state. So at the end of the day, water quality needs to be a focus. So not quantity, it's quality. We need to look at the human right to water, which is a law here in this state, whereas everybody deserves accessible, affordable drinking water. It's a right signed by the governor. Representation, what this ultimately looks like at the regional level, we do agree that you have a better understanding at the regional level what needs to happen. So the conversation at the state level is, what does this entity ultimately look like? Representation is important. We cannot have some of the conversations right now about land ownership and you need to be a landowner. I mean, no way. We need to have real representation on these boards that reflect the communities and reflect the impacts. Small communities, if you're a renter, you need to be on that board. So I'm just saying that the representation and governance structures, ultimately what that looks like on the ground is going to be critical and fundamental. And our belief in that is that you need to have representation, and that's critical and fundamental, and ultimately a good opportunity to collect data and have a transparent process. So those are kind of four things that I'll mention. And since there was some previous comment on the water bond, water bond, what is ultimately, we've had $27 billion in water bonds here in the state going back decades, and yet we still have communities that don't have safe drinking water. So what I'll say to that is that, what needs to happen is whatever moves forward has to have resources for communities that we've been talking about here, and small disadvantaged communities, communities that don't have very basic water needs met. And so, we've been advocating for all sorts of things. And it also concludes infrastructure resources for wastewater, because I know that's a huge issue that also impacts the aquifer, impacts drinking water. So with that said, I thank you for this opportunity to present to you, and we're always available for questions today, tomorrow, anytime. Thank you.
Omar, one of the things that, the longer view that I think needs to be included with what you're just said to us, Paul Boyer, who you know from Self-Help, has been talking to me about the need for small communities to be included in groundwater recharge efforts. In that if there'd been an active groundwater recharge effort in the area of the community you spoke about where that elderly couple is, they may not be encountering the problems that they're encountering today. I think as we go forward, that gets into the bond measures too, and how that bond money is spent. I think that is important. One other comment, you mentioned that California is the only western state or southwestern state that doesn't have groundwater regs. Among those states is the state of Texas, which is kind of scary, but with that said.
I might have carved them out of my.
Okay.
So Dr. Longley, can I?
Oh, they do have groundwater regs.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, they do. Okay.
We don't, which.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
If I could just, one thing is, we have the Rose Foundation and the SET project, so I want to make sure we get some projects like that identified, so when we do enforcement, we have an avenue to at least help provide funding that we could through that. The other thing is, some years ago, right after I started here as the EO, we had
And
a
that was-
long, extensive discussion around block grants for these counties, and I'm wondering if we can't work with the state board and create maybe block grants so that that money's more readily accessible to our higher risk counties. I don't know if that's possible, but we should have a discussion with them on it.
Or maybe even on a smaller scale than counties. We've already heard a few times today of the problem with political subdivisions. We maybe better be talking about basins and subbasins, particularly
Well,
subbasins.
yeah, I mean, eventually I would hope that the effort by the legislation and what Dave Worth and his group are working on would help create a structure that would be
Right.
make it so monies are more available to people at high at risk. But in the meantime, while that's moving forward, there might be other ways for us to try and expedite that process.
There have been conversations about at HCD with specifically to the use of funding, CDBG funding, other sorts, and helping counties have that flexibility. All this is still rolling. Office of Emergency Services, I know, is kind of trying to weave a lot of different things together, and we've seen some progress, but it's still very ground level. And any.
So is there a place where these people can call that they would trust to call? They don't usually like to
Well,
call the government.
every county has a representative, Office of Emergency Services representative, and it could be one, it could be two folks. They collect that information. That information is not necessarily public, but yes, there is. But it goes back to what resources does that county have, or what ability does that county have to connect those resources? What mandate at the local, regional level have individuals been given to interact with the available resources? Some counties are a bit more proactive, and some counties are strained. They are strained. They already have a lot of other mandates, and they need additional resources as well, which we agree with. But there is a person
some of my
specifically you
concerns
can
are
call.
some of these residents are not, they don't like calling the government,
Right.
so it'd be nice to find some way for them to call and.
Self-help has been incredible with working with communities, and
Well,
it's true. I mean, we act as that agent or that bridge at times. We don't work throughout the entire state, so we definitely know that there's a lot of folks that don't have anybody to call, and that's specifically what I'm talking about. Where we have some understanding in some parts of the area because that's where our base is, and we ourselves have about 15 private well owners that have called us and said we need help, and we've attempted to be that bridge so they can make sure that they have the resources and they're contacting the person. They're not scared to call those folks, and they actually know they'll have a solution, or at least they know that there isn't anything available to them, which is in some cases where they're at. And then their families have to figure it out, or they themselves.
Right, Bob?
Yeah, David mentioned the integrated regional water management plan groups, and actually in the water bond, if there was money that went into that, and one of the areas that you got points for was providing, enhanced water supplies for underserved folks and communities. That would be a huge incentive and a carrot, I think, because the integrated plans often involve several different projects that provide lots of different benefits, and if everybody's winning, then everybody's winning. But
We see
that's just my aside.
We see the opportunity to have, with the transition of the drinking water program, to the state water board. We see, it's a public board just like yours, and so we see an opportunity there to really start kind of being more effective with our uses and being more proactive and systematic about moving things forward.
And you touched on very briefly the need for wastewater treatment in many of these communities.
Yes.
I hope that this integration makes us more effective at doing that and looking at these communities as a whole community, not just a community that has a particular need when they really have more needs than that particular need.
Yes, sir.
Any further comments?
Yes, I want to thank Omar for bringing all the things that you said about small communities. We were one of the communities that started back in 2000, 2001, and Laurel was just coming into another organization that she's probably the community center, water center. And they've always helped us. We were without water in our community in Alpa for many days. We had to carry buckets of water out of the canals to put in our bathrooms or all of that. And we had a tank that was provided by Nicole Parra by getting funds for 1 year and 1 month. And the people would go there and get their water 3 days a week. They could get up to 25 gallons. We're one of the communities that started trying to find resources. So we've come a long ways, and we're not in the Seville situation or Sultana, but that's the reason that I that I said what I said. My comment earlier was like how I wanted to say it was like there should be a moratorium for when there's a drought this severe, and it's called a severe drought, where I'm not against the farming or the food or anything, but we will be one of the communities that run out of water because our aquifer is the same as the irrigation. So we're looking probably at losing our wells. Both domestic and irrigation are really scared about this. I mean, they're really looking into the situation. So what you're talking about, the resources and how to get money for grants, that Pam is one of the biggest issues with Rose Foundation was the one that provided for this community, Alpa, to get the capacity building on how to go there. Because disadvantaged communities don't have the advantage to know how to get the sources. And Paul Boyer was the one that took us all the way up. He would take us to the meetings. He would introduce us to the assembly people, Senator Costa. So from there, all these communities have kind of gotten more and more knowledge, just as I have here. And so I thank you very much for extending the conversation to the board and staff. And the staff from this board Region 5 has done so much for these communities and also for the farmers. I mean, it's coming together. I think we've come a long way. Thank you.
Oh, I'll also thank staff for, I know that with the new collaboration with the SET program and so on, that's leadership, and we thank you for that.
Any further comments? Well, thank you very much. And, you've heard the analogy of drinking out of a fire hose. Well, today we drank out of about a dozen fire hoses. And I really want to thank all the speakers, certainly the panel in front of us and the panel before that, for tremendous amount of information that was given to us. Our agenda shortened today, and I think it was fortunate because there was a lot to be said, a lot of good information to be put out there, and I'm glad that we had the time to do it. So,
Dr. Longley?
yes,
I think
ma'am.
Member
Yeah,
Costantino
I
has
had a couple of closing thoughts. I just didn't have anything else for Omar.
Go ahead, you're closing. Oh, hey, before we close, we got a couple of other people. I see one guy waving his card in the back. His name is Bruce. Mr. Corey. Who's Mr. Corey? David, yes.
Chair Longley, members of the board, David Corey representing the San Joaquin Valley Drainage Authority. I only have a 45-minute PowerPoint presentation to present today, so I'll get started right away. On the west side, that was a joke, of course.
It better be.
I didn't get any of the banana bread, so I might pass out if I went more than my 3 minutes. West side certainly experiencing drought conditions. You know, we've sort of have been experiencing sort of a regulatory drought for quite some time. This physical drought on top of it exacerbates that sort of regulatory drought, and it really is a problem for our growers. I mean, we have increased costs for water costs and other things, and reduced revenues, and it really puts an impact on every grower out there, and everyone who works on the farms and associated with them. So it's a real issue and a real concern that impacts everybody. We appreciate this board's statements at the January meeting when they adopted our WDRs, that you would have this type of workshop and look at ways that you could sort of provide some relief in implementing our orders because of the drought. And where we are with that issue at this point is we're sort of the same place as the South Valley and Tim Johnson are, in that we really feel like our best thing to do at the moment is to just implement the programs as we can right now, to get the groundwater assessments done, to get our growers signed up and get that basic infrastructure put together so that we know what's going on. The real costs in this program that we've always known are not really the coalition side of it, but it's the grower side. I mean, the implementation of this at the grower level is where a lot of those costs are going to be. And, you know, we're likely to come back at some point in time and come up with some ways that maybe we can reduce those costs to growers that are meaningful relief to them to deal with drought and other issues. But at this point, we're going to sort of go as sent on the order and try and implement it as we can, and we'll come back when we find ways that we might be able to find some meaningful relief. One thing I would like to touch on is the question that came up on what we do with fallowed lands. Are they in the program? Are they out? We won't get into the details of it, but that's certainly a confusing issue. I mean, the direction that we got from our coalition, I think it was from state board, it may have been from regional board, but this is what we believe the state believes, which is if you're out for the entire calendar year, or that you can opt out of the program. But if you opt out, you're out for that year, for that water year. I'm not sure if it was water year or calendar year actually, but if it's calendar?
And it's 2 crop years. So.
Well, see, this is not at all clear, because I've had the conversation before and heard it. It was 1 year is the way we've heard it. I don't have a position necessarily, but we need to know what the rules are, because we're conveying those to our growers, and there are mixed messages here.
And Dave Orth just indicated that it's 2 crop years, so there obviously is a lot of different messages out there.
There definitely are, and I think we need to get into the details and make sure, you know, from the coalition perspective, we've taken the position that these costs that the coalition are incurring are sort of base costs. So if you do opt out and you come back in, you're going to pay all the back assessments for our coalition, because if you don't pay for the groundwater assessment report, you know, you're getting the benefit of it. You're paying for that. You're not getting the benefits. You can opt out, but you're going to pay us back. Now, the one issue that you may have relief from is the state board fees, you know, which is what, 85 cents or something like that at this point. I mean, there is a question. If you're not irrigating, are you discharging? Do you need to be part of a program? There's some real legal issues and questions as to what you need to do. But the way we dealt with it with the coalition, in our coalition, is, okay, if you're out for whatever that period the state board says it is, we'll take you off the roll for the coalition, say that you're just temporarily fallowed, not pay the 85 cents. And if you don't pay us what we're doing for our sort of the basic infrastructure, those basic costs of groundwater assessments, if if you don't stay current with that, you're going to pay us back when you join again. Anyway, that's probably more detail than you want, but it's very confusing. I'm more confused today than I was when I sat down, so we need to clarify that.
Well, if we can't have a workshop where you're more confused, then
Well, I
But just on that
Then what do we
issue,
do?
Just on that
we,
issue.
we do have the regulations that I can read to you. It says, as used in this section, the acreage on which the fee is based refers to the area that has been irrigated by the farmer or discharger at any time in the previous 5 years.
That's the state board regulation?
Yes.
That's not embedded in your irrigated lands program.
It's in the regulations that set the fee for irrigated ag.
That
well, but
that's
before
not being communicated very well.
That's fine. Before we
But
dive
we
in.
will communicate it really
Yeah.
clear.
Well, I think this is something that we need Pamela and her staff to work on and get back to us with. Okay, David?
Yeah.
Further? You have more to?
I'm sure I could talk for hours.
You got
I
12
know
seconds.
you can.
So I don't know if you have any questions. I just,
Oh, good.
I'm here to answer any questions if you want to know from, the drought perspective, but I hope we can clarify that issue.
Any further discussion, questions? Thank you very much, David.
Okay, thank you.
And Bruce, you sure you don't want to talk? Okay, very good. You want to make some comments, John?
Just a couple. Obviously, this has been a longer day, full of really good information, and we brought up several things that one of the things is that I learned is that on the POTW side, that this idea of a drought is already sort of built in the 1Q10 or what it was. That a lot of that is already built in, but then on the irrigated land side, we had some discussion as what does it mean? What does it mean when a stream dries up and testing? I certainly wanted to follow up on what that means if there's no water. I would think we'd have some precedent for that, but I was glad to hear that discussion happened. One thing that popped in my head, and this is probably for a Patrick discussion offline later on, when we talk about CEQA and looking at these things, what's the baseline? Is the baseline include a drought? Is it those kind of questions? I know it's much more complicated, but that's an interesting point. And then there was some discussion about the water infrastructure not keeping up with the demand, and that's sort of the flip side of what Sandra brought up, which is demand exceeding the water infrastructure. And I'm not sure if it's a chicken and egg scenario, but should you be approving things until you have the infrastructure, or is the state responsible to supply water for every bit of demand that there ever is going to be? And that's that's not a water quality policy issue, but certainly that conflict, that mismatch is causing some of the problems. So a lot to think about, everything from what Professor Lund said all the way up to the very end. Omar, appreciate your comments. So I will definitely be thinking about this, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn until tomorrow morning at
9 a.m.
9 a.m.